No dobra, ale teraz, bo to się wszystko nagrywa. Ehę. To jeszcze sekundkę bardzo Państwa proszę o cierpliwość. Ja znowu troszkę wystąpię jako taki stand-uper, będę Państwu opowiadał żarty. Czy już mogę? Już koniec z żartami. Czy ja mam grać? W takim razie, jak ja już mam grać, to bardzo gorąco witam wszystkich na 22. konferencji Definiowanie przestrzeni architektonicznej, tym razem w roku 23 pod tytułem Architektura i miasto, Architecture and the City. Konferencja jest organizowana przez Politechnikę Krakowską, Wydział Architektury, Katedrę Projektowania Architektonicznego oraz oczywiście przez Narodowy Instytut Architektury i Urbanistyki, ponieważ ja się tu pierwszy, że tak powiem, wdarłem na tę katedrę. Za chwileczkę zaprosimy też pana dyrektora Bolesława Stelmacha, żeby Państwu się pochwalił jako współorganizator, ale ponieważ jestem tu pierwszy, ja będę, proszę bardzo, wszystkich witał. Konferencja jest organizowana pod patronatem Jego Magnificencji rektora Politechniki Krakowskiej. Jest organizowana pod patronatem Komitetu Architektury i Urbanistyki Polskiej Akademii Nauk. Witamy więc nieobecnego dzisiaj, ale obecnego z nami na łączach internetowych. Zobaczymy pana rektora za chwilę. Pana rektora Politechniki Krakowskiej prosimy o gorące brawa. Witamy pana prorektora Politechniki Krakowskiej, pana profesora Dariusza Bogdała. Witamy na łączach internetowych niestety nieobecnego pana profesora Sławomira Gzela, przewodniczącego Komitetu Architektury i Urbanistyki Polskiej Akademii Nauk. Witamy także niestety na łączach internetowych pana profesora Kazimierza Furtaka, przewodniczącego Komitetu Inżynierii Lądowej i Wodnej Polskiej Akademii Nauk. Witamy na szczęście w realu obecną panią dziekan Magdalenę Kozień-Woźniak. Ponieważ ja tu jestem, więc pozwolę sobie przywitać, ale będzie zaraz występował przed Państwem pana profesora Bolesława Stelmacha, dyrektora Narodowego Instytutu Architektury i Urbanistyki, współorganizatora dzisiejszego wydarzenia. Witamy także pana profesora Artura Jasińskiego, zastępcę przewodniczącego Komisji Urbanistyki i Architektury Polskiej Akademii Nauk, oddział w Krakowie. W zastępstwie musimy przywitać się z panem profesorem Mateuszem Giurgowiczem, niestety nieobecnym. Witamy prodziekanów naszego wydziału, panią profesor Justynę Kobylarczyk. Więcej dziekanic nie widzę. Witamy pana architekta Marka Kaszyńskiego, przewodniczącego Rady Małopolskiej Okręgowej Izby Architektów. Witamy pana Bisia Listowskiego, członka Rady Pracodawców przy dziekanie Wydziału Architektury, przyjaciela naszego wydziału. Bardzo gorąco witamy pana profesora Jana Deję ze Stowarzyszenia Producentów Cementu, wielkiego przyjaciela naszego wydziału, który dzisiaj będzie jeszcze występował jako przedstawiciel mecenasa, ambasadora Wydziału Architektury. Chciałem dzisiaj powitać także w imieniu pani dziekan, dziekanów z całej Polski, częściowo dziekanów, częściowo prodziekanów. Gorące brawa dla przewodniczącego Rady Naukowej Dyscypliny Architektura i Urbanistyka Politechniki Opolskiej, pani profesor Ewy Adamskiej, oczywiście. Nie. Oraz dla prodziekana do spraw dydaktyki pana profesora Andrzeja Murynowicza. Coś się sprzęga. Z Wydziału Budownictwa, Architektury, Inżynierii i Środowiska Politechniki Łódzkiej zastępca dyrektora Instytutu do Spraw Kształcenia profesor Marek Grymin. Z Politechniki Śląskiej dziekan pan profesor Klaudiusz Fros. Prosimy o gorące brawa. I prodziekan do spraw współpracy i rozwoju dr Krzysztof Gronin. Z Politechniki Białostockiej witamy przewodniczącego Rady Dyscypliny Architektura i Urbanistyka profesora Bartosza Czarneckiego. Z Politechniki Wrocławskiej witamy panią dziekan profesor Barbarę Gronostajską oraz prodziekana do spraw kształcenia doktora Romana Czajkę. Z Uniwersytetu Zielonogórskiego witamy przewodniczącą Rady Dyscypliny Naukowej Architektura i Urbanistyka panią profesor Martę Skibę. Z Politechniki Lubelskiej witamy prodziekana do spraw studenckich na kierunku architektura i profesora Bartłomieja Kwiatkowskiego. Bardzo dzisiaj zjazd będzie na pewno miał dobre rozmowy. Z Politechniki Poznańskiej witamy panią Pruszyńską
Poznań is represented by Professor Pruszyńska-Sipińska, the head of Architecture and Urban
Wydział
Planning.
Architektury Zachodniopomorskiego Uniwersytetu
The
Technicznego w
West
Szczecinie
Pomeranian Technical University
University
is represented by Deputy Dean Piotr Gradziński.
Z Politechniki Warszawskiej witamy przewodniczącą Rady
Warsaw
Dyscypliny
University
Architektury
of
i Urbanistyki,
Technology is represented by Professor Krystyna Solarek, the head of Architecture and Urban Planning.
Wymieniony już dzisiaj, a to bardzo dobrze, z Krakowskiej Akademii Afrycza Modrzewskiego witamy pana profesora Artura Jasińskiego.
Andrzej Frycz Modrzewski Academy, Professor
Z Politechniki Rzeszowskiej witamy dziekana Wydziału
Now the
Budownictwa,
Rzeszów
Inżynierii,
University
Środowiska
of
i
Technology
Architektury
is
profesora
represented by
Lecha
Professor Lech Lichołaj from the
oraz
Faculty
prodziekana do spraw
of
kształcenia
Environmental Engineering and Architecture
Marzenę Kłos.
and Professor Marzena Kłos.
Z Uniwersytetu Artystycznego im. Magdaleny Abakanowicz w Poznaniu witamy członka Rady Programowej kierunku
Magdalena
Architektura na Wydziale
Abakanowicz
Architektura i
University of
Wzornictwo
Poznań
pana
is
Tomasza
represented by Tomasz Osięgłowski, the head
Już
of
ostatnie powitanie
Architecture
dziekanów, ale to nic
and
nie znaczy, to była
Design.
lista absolutnie
And
mailingowa. Z
finally,
Politechniki Świętokrzyskiej, prodziekan do spraw studenckich i
Deputy
dydaktyki
Dean
na
for
Wydziale Budownictwa i
Teaching at the
Architektury,
Faculty of
panią profesor
Construction
Justynę
and
Zapałę,
Architecture,
Sławetę.
Professor Sławeta.
Bardzo gorąco witamy
And a very
pana
warm
profesora Rafała Zawiszę,
welcome
pełnomocnika dziekana do spraw
to
International
Professor
School of Engineering
Zawisza from the International School of Engineering
oraz pana profesora
and Professor
Jonga z TJ
Nan
Cheng
Zhong from
University
Tanjing Chengan University.
oraz bardzo gorąco witamy studentów
We would also
International
like to
School of
welcome the
Engineering,
students
którzy
of the
przyjechali do
International
nas
School of
z Chin i bardzo
Engineering who
cierpliwie nas
come
słuchają.
to our conference from China and who
Witamy
are listening
przedstawicieli
to
mediów.
us
Pozwolę sobie jako
attentively.
pierwszego
And let me extend our welcome to the
naszego
representative
wymienić
of
pana
the
Jasława
media,
Petersa,
starting
redaktora naczelnego naszej
with the
Politechniki.
head of chief editor of
panią
Nasza
Ewę
Politechnika
Poremską,
and
redaktorkę
Ewa
naczelną
Poremska,
Architektury Murator.
the chief editor of Architektura Murator.
Patronat medialny nad naszym wydarzeniem objęła Architektura Murator, Architektura i Biznes,
publications
BTA,
such as Architektura
Witamy
Murator
uczestników
and
z całego
Architektura
świata
and Business
dzięki
extended
łączom
patronage to our
internetowym.
event.
Witamy
We would like to
uczestników na sali.
welcome
mówców,
the
którzy będą z nami
participants
się-
online and
którzy będą z nami
everybody who
znani
is
przez te
here
dwa
on
dni,
site,
dwa
all of
dni.
the
Ja chciałem
speakers
tylko jedną
who
rzecz przed
will be here with us today
zaproszeniem
and
pana profesora
tomorrow.
Stelmacha
Before I invite
powiedzieć, chciałem
Professor
podziękować
Stelmach
biuru
to take the
konfer-
floor,
konfer-
I would
konferencji.
like to extend my
Najbardziej
thanks
oczywiście bardzo
to
przepraszam
the
pani profesor Annie
conference
Mielnik.
office,
Każdy
to
z
Professor
państwa
Anna
miał z nią
Mielnik
kontakt
also. All
mailowy.
of you have
Nawet
been in
przeważnie
touch
jak
with
był podpisany
Anna
Tomasz
Mielnik
Kozłowski, to
by
jednak
mail,
uczestniczyła
and
w tym pani
even
profesor Anna
if
Mielnik. Proszę,
another
bardzo
person was
gorące
signed
brawa.
below, Anna Mielnik was always involved, so warm applause to Professor Mielnik.
Trzeba także podziękować panu Przemysławowi Bigajowi, panu
We
Wojciechowi
also owe our thanks
Ciepłusze, pani
to
Monice
our dear
Gale-Walczowskiej,
colleagues
panu
that I will
Krzysztofowi
list right
Jasińskiemu,
now.
panu doktorowi Markowi Początko, panu Piotrowi Stalonemu Dobrzańskiemu, źle go zdeklinowałem, panu Grzegorzowi Twardowskiemu i pani Joannie Piszczek, naszej niezawodnej finansistce, bez której też ta impreza nie udała.
Thanks to all of you, including the person who is in charge of our accounts. Without
Dziękujemy
your
bardzo
effort, we
firmie
wouldn't
Kuc
be
za
here.
oprawę,
I'd like to
firmie
thank
Panopticon Films
Kuc
za
and
nagrywanie i za
Panopticon for the
streaming.
technical assistance, including recording
Zapraszamy
and
zaraz
streaming.
państwa po przemowach.
Some information.
Zrobimy krótką
Following
półgodzinną przerwę.
our
Udamy się
welcome,
do
we
sąsiedniego
will
budynku
have
na
a
wystawę
half an
prac
hour
pana
break. We
profesora
will
Dariusza
go to the
Kozłowskiego.
building next
Tam wszystko
door
zobaczymy
and
i
will
mam nadzieję,
open the
będziemy bardzo
exhibition by
zadowoleni. Zapraszamy
Professor
w przerwie
Kozłowski.
na promocję
During the
książki
break,
pani
we will also
profesor
promote
Julii
a
Iwaszko
book by
z
Professor
Kijowa
Julia
dotyczącej
Iwaszko
wojny
of
w
Kyiv on
Ukrainie. Pani
the
profesor
war
na pewno też
in
coś powie
Ukraine.
i połączy
I
się z
am
nami,
certain that
połączy się z nami
Professor will say a
współautor
couple of words and the
książki.
co-author of the book
W
will
pierwszej
join us
sesji zobaczymy
online.
także
During the first
krótkie spotkanie z panem
session,
profesorem
we are
Alberto
also
Pratelli, który niestety
going
nie mógł z
to
nami być,
have a short meeting with
ale
Professor
nagrał nam
Pratelli, who
piękny,
couldn't be with us
piękny
today,
film.
but
I
he
teraz w takim
recorded a
razie
short
ja
video
poproszę
for
pana
us.
profesora
So
Bolesława
right
Stelmacha.
now, let me invite
brawo,
Professor
o, tu powinien
Stelmach
stać
to the
obok.
stage. A round of applause for Professor Stelmach.
Szanowni Państwo rektorzy, Państwo dziekani,
Honorable deans,
szanowne
honorable
grono
rectors,
profesorskie,
honorable professors.
jest mi niezwykle miło, że Narodowy Instytut Architektury
It's been a great
i
pleasure
Urbanistyki, który przyszło mi
to
założyć i prowadzić,
represent the
może
Institute of Architecture and
grzać
Urban
się przy
Planning that I had the pleasure to
tak
establish.
znakomitym
It's
przedsięwzięciu,
an
jakim
honor
od
to
lat,
be here
od
with you
dekad
and
jest
to
ta
have been
konferencja.
participating
Podkreślam
in
zawsze,
this
że
event for years,
jednym z
for
obowiązków
decades actually.
Instytutu jest
Let me emphasize that
współfinansowanie,
one of the
współorganizowanie
duties
i
of our
uczestniczenie
institute is
w
to
tym
finance,
niezwykłym przedsięwzięciu, które
co-organize
nie ma
and participate
w Polsce
in
precedensu.
this
Jest jednym
great
z
event,
nielicznych
which is
światowych
unprecedented
przykładów
in Poland and
ciągłości
is
myśli
one of
teoretycznej
very
w dziedzinie
few
architektury.
examples of
dla nas,
continuity in
teoretyków,
terms
praktyków,
of
dydaktyków,
architectural
miejsce
thought. For
niezwykle
us,
ważne.
practitioners, theoreticians, it's a highly
Ponieważ wszystko
important
zostało już powiedziane,
venue. Since everything has
to
already
mi
been
zostaje
said,
wyłącznie takie dwie
the thing
prywatne,
that I
jeśli
can
pozwolicie,
add
podzielić
is
się
on a private
refleksje.
note.
Po pierwsze
So I
chciałem
have
przywitać
two
osobiście
reflections. First of
pana
all, I would like to
profesora
personally
Wojtka
welcome
Bonenberga,
Professor Bonenberg,
laureata honoris causa Politechniki
the awardee
Krakowskiej.
of the honoris causa doctorate of the University of Technology.
Muszę powiedzieć, że od nikogo, znaczy
I
od
have
bardzo
to say
wielu
one
oczywiście
thing.
otrzymałem pomoc, wsparcie
Many people have helped me and supported me.
intelektualny zaczyn, ale
Many
Wojtkowi
people have inspired
zawdzięczam
me intellectually.
niezwykle dużo, a także Instytut,
But
który z
I
nim
owe so
bardzo,
much to
bardzo ściśle
Wojtek and to the
współpracuje. Także
institute
Wojtku,
that
bardzo,
collaborate with him very
za to
closely.
dziękuję.
So Wojtek,
I refleksja
my
druga, gdy
deep thanks
przeczytałem
for
temat
that. And the second reflection.
obecnego seminarium w tym roku
When I read the topic of
konferencji,
our conference, of our
przypomniała mi się
seminar,
rozmowa
one thing came to my
z
mind.
Józefem Rykfertem,
I remembered
który
my conversation
myślę, jak
with
mało
Józef
kto
Rykfert, who
rozumiał
I
we
think, as
związki
very few people
architektury i miasta.
understood the relationship between architecture and the
Przypomniało mi
city.
się, jak rozmawiałem z Józefem o
And when I talked to
kolejnej
him
książce, którą Instytut
about a
wydaje,
book that the
ponieważ
Institute was
umówiliśmy się, mamy
about
umowę
to
podpisaną na
publish,
wydanie wszystkich dzieł Józefa
because we have
Rexerta
signed
w
a
Narodowym
contract to
Instytucie
publish
Architektury i
all of the
Urbanistyki.
works by him.
Przypomnę i zapraszam do
So let me
kupienia jego
digress in
pierwszych
here.
modernistów czy
You
Dom
can
Adama w
purchase
raju.
his books on the first
Teraz
modernists, for
wydajemy
instance. So right
miejsca i
now
wspomnienia
we are publishing
Józefa Rexerta.
places and memories.
Była taka piękna sekwencja, która mówi o
So I remember the
związkach
sequence
mitów,
that talked
związkach
about the relationships
najgłębszych
between
związkach
myths, the deepest
miasta,
relationships
architektury i
between
mitu.
cities, architecture and
Józef
myth.
mówi, że jednym z pierwszych esejów,
So,
jedną z pierwszych artykułów
Józef
myśli
says
było, że
that
rzymskie miasta czy porzymskie
Roman
miasta
cities or
rozwijały się
post-Roman cities
jako kontynuacja
developed
obozu rzymskiego
as a continuation
zakładanego
of the Roman castrum, of the Roman camp
na zdobytych
that
terytoriach,
was
czy
obviously
zdobywanych
established
terytoriach.
on conquered
Ale
territories.
przez dziesiątki lat, przez dekady studiów
But
i tego
of the
nieskończonego
decades of
eseju, który potem
studies
rozrósł się
working
do
on this
znanej
unfinished
książki,
essay that
Józef
finally was
mówi,
published as a book,
wiesz, całkowicie zmieniłem zdanie.
Józef told
Okazało
me
się,
that
że
he
to
has changed
mit
his opinion
założycielski miasta
So it turns out
wpłynął
that the foundation
na
myth
strukturę
of
obozu
the city
i sposób myślenia i
influenced the
działania
structure of the
Legionów
camp
rzymskich.
and the operations of the
Myślę, że
Roman
ta
legions.
mityczna myśl,
I
ta
believe that this
myśl o micie
mythical
założycielskim miasta
thought, the thought
jako
concerning
istotnym
the
związku
founding myth
architektury i
of a
miasta
city as an
będzie
important
towarzyszyła naszym
relationship
rozważaniom.
between
Dziękuję i życzę
the
owocnych
city
obrad.
and architecture will accompany us today. Thank you, and let me wish you a productive session.
Muszę na moją ściągę popatrzeć.
Okay, let me go back to my notes right now.
Tak, bo pozwoliłem sobie zrobić gafę,
Yes.
ale niedużą gafę, już będzie bezpowrotem. Oczywiście przeskoczyło mi, musimy
small
przywitać
gaff.
panią
We
Magdalenę
need to
Buczyńską,
welcome
zapałę prezesa SARP-u oddział Kraków, bardzo
Obviously,
gorąco.
Mrs. Zapała, who is the head of the Polish Association of Architects branch in Kraków.
Słuchajcie, już wszystkich przywitałem, to w takim
Okay, I
razie
have
bardzo
already
poproszę,
welcomed everybody.
jeśli można
So,
poprosić
If I may,
odtworzenie pana rektora Politechniki
let
Krakowskiej,
us now
Andrzeja Szarapy.
play the
I
welcome
would
by
like to
Andrzej
welcome
Szarapy.
you to Krakow University of Technology. It is 22nd edition of the International Conference Defining the Architectural Space, Architecture and the City. I am happy to host all esteemed guests from our friendly universities from Italy, Great Britain, as well as distinguished guests from faculties of architecture from all over Poland. I am pleased to welcome Professor Wojciech Bonenberg, who holds an honorary doctorate from Krakow University of Technology. The main topic of the conference is very close to my scientific interests. I am passionate about the interface between architecture, urban planning, and the transportation. I really regret that I'm not able to take part in the conference, but you are in the good hands of the conference organizers. I wish you intellectual justing, benefits from participation in the thematic sessions, and a fruitful conference. And of course, do not forget,
Na pewno panu rektorowi chodziło o dobrą zabawę w ostatnim
Okay, I
zdaniu.
believe that the
W takim
rector's
razie
final
bardzo
sentence was
proszę panią
about us
profesor
having
Magdalenę
fun.
Kozień-Woźniak,
So
dziekana
now
Wydziału
let me
Architektury.
invite Professor Magdalena Kozień-Woźniak, the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture at the University of Technology.
Szanowny panie rektorze,
Honorable
drodzy goście,
Rector,
profesorowie,
the guests,
dziekani,
professors,
w imieniu
deans,
władz Wydziału
on
Architektury
behalf
bardzo
of the
serdecznie
authorities of the
państwa
Faculty of
witam w naszych murach.
Architecture, let me
Cieszę się,
welcome
że
you
zechcieliście
here
przyjechać
at
do
the
Krakowa,
University of Technology. I'm very
i
glad
z
that you
nami
came to
przez te
Krakow
2 dni
and that you
rozmawiać,
will talk
dyskutować
with us,
o
discuss
sprawach
with us
niezmiernie
about
ważnych
very
na
important
tym
topics
wydarzeniu o
during
szczególnej dla nas
our
dla całego Wydziału
event.
Wadze.
This event is
Ponad
highly
20
important for
lat,
us because for
jest
more
z nami
than
pan profesor
20
Dariusz
years,
Kozłowski.
Professor Kozłowski has been with
Spotykamy
us.
się w
And
niezmiernie
we
szacownym
have been meeting
gronie
in this
dzięki tej
distinguished
fantastycznej
group
inicjatywie.
thanks to his
Śmiem powiedzieć, że
fantastic
nasz wydział nie
initiative.
ma takiej drugiej konferencji.
Well,
Jest to
there is no
rzeczywiście
other
wydarzenie
conference like this one at
spektakularne,
our faculty,
które
so it's a
podnosząc tematy o
spectacular
charakterze
event.
teoretycznym
We deal
zawsze
with
jest
theoretical
w tych tematach
topics,
niezmiernie
but
aktualne.
we always
Dodam tylko,
deal
że właśnie w
with
tym momencie
things
toczy się w
that
Krakowie
are
dyskusja
being
na temat
relevant
paktu
to
dla
our
przestrzeni Krakowa.
reality. Now,
Dyskusja
in
nie
Krakow,
tylko
we are
o mieście, ale
discussing a
właśnie
pact for
o
the city,
architekturze,
not only
o
about the city
związkach
itself, but also about the
przestrzeni
architecture, about the relationship
z
between
pięknem,
space and
sztuką
beauty, the arts.
Cieszymy się, że ta dyskusja
And
jest
we are very
dyskusją,
glad that this
którą włączają ją
discussion
się nie tylko
is
architekci,
very
urbaniści,
open,
specjaliści, eksperci,
not
ale
only
również mieszkańcy,
involving the architect
nawet
specialists, but
politycy.
also
Wszyscy,
residents,
wszyscy
even
rozmawiamy,
politicians.
aby
All
ta
of
przestrzeń
us are
Krakowa
discussing together to
rozwijała
make
się
sure that our common
w
space
piękny
here in
sposób.
Krakow
Mam nadzieję,
develops
że i jestem pewna
beautifully.
tego, że
So
dzisiejsze
I am
jutrzejsze
certain
spotkania
that
przyczynią
our
się do
meeting
tej
today
dyskusji
and tomorrow
i wniosą niezmierny
will
wkład
make a very useful contribution to our
Proszę
work.
Państwa, bardzo dziękuję.
Dear
Wszystkich
ladies
serdecznie
and
witam.
gentlemen,
Bardzo
thank you very
chciałabym
much.
podziękować panu
Welcome,
profesorowi
and
Tomaszowi
let me thank
Kozłowskiemu za to,
Professor
że zechciał
Kozłowski for
włączyć, czy też
the
pozwolić
fact
nam na to, aby
that
konferencji tak znamienitej towarzyszyło Forum
has
Dziekanów.
also
Dzisiaj się
allowed us
spotkamy
to
i
organize the Forum of Deans on the occasion of the conference. So we are going to meet today and discuss the matters that are highly important for education in general. So thank you very much.
Teraz bardzo poproszę
And
panią
right
Ewę
now, let me
Poremską, redaktorkę
welcome
naczelną
Ewa
architektury,
Poremska, the chief editor
przemówiła do
of
nas
Architektura
jej obecności
Murator.
w innym zupełnie ładniejszym miejscu
Well,
świata, czyli w
she
Barcelonie.
is currently in a nicer place in Barcelona.
Szanowni profesorowie i profesorki,
Honorable
szanowni zebrani,
professors,
jestem bardzo
honorable
zaszczycona,
guests,
iż po raz już
it's a
kolejny zostałam
pleasure for
zaproszona do
me to
krótkiego
be
wystąpienia
invited once
w ramach
again to
konferencji
welcome you
poświęconej
at the
definiowaniu przestrzeni.
conference
Tym razem
dedicated
profesor
to
Tomasz
space.
Kozłowski,
Professor
przygotowując
Tomasz
tezę tegorocznej
Kozłowski,
konferencji, stwierdził
preparing the
m.in.,
thesis for
że
this
miasto jest
conference,
tworzone przez architekturę
found that
i czasami
cities
to miasto
are
ze
shaped by
swoimi uliczkami
architecture,
i
and
założeniami
sometimes cities
urbanistycznymi
and towns
ułatwia percepcję
with
nawet
their
niedoskonałych
architectural
budynków.
settings
Podał tu jako
improve the
przykład Wenecję.
perfection of
Chciałabym
imperfect
przywołać w
buildings.
tym momencie tekst
Let
Christophera
me
Aleksandra.
now
Miasto
refer to
nie jest
the
drzewem.
text by Alexander.
Otóż Christopher
City is
Aleksander, jak
not a
Państwo
tree.
zresztą
As you know,
doskonale
Christopher
wiecie,
Alexander
twierdził, że miasta dzielą się na
claimed
takie,
that
które
cities
są
can be
naturalne
divided
i
into
takie, które są
natural
sztuczne.
ones and
Te
artificial
naturalne
ones.
są powstają
Natural
przez bardzo
cities
długi okres czasu.
develop
Te
over a
sztuczne
long period of time.
są
Artificial
tworzone w
cities
bardzo
are
krótkim
established
okresie.
within a very brief period.
I przyrównywał te ostatnie
So he
do
compared
drzewa.
the
O co
artificial
w tym
cities to
wszystkim
trees.
chodzi?
What was it
Otóż drzewo
about?
to jest taki organizm, w
tree
którym
is an
na przykład jego
organism
zakończenia, czyli liście, nie stykają się
whose
ze sobą.
endings,
A
so
jeśli mówimy
leaves,
o sieci,
do not
mamy
touch
możliwość bardzo
each other.
różnych połączeń.
And when it comes to
Jestem
a
dzisiaj w
network,
pięknym mieście,
we can
Barcelonie.
combine different
Podobnie
things,
jak
connect
piękny
different
jest
things.
Kraków, w
So
którym
today I'm in
odbywa się
Barcelona,
dzisiejsza
very
konferencja.
beautiful city, just
Oba
as
z
beautiful
pewnością
as Krakow,
Aleksander
where you are
nazwałby
today. I
naturalnymi
believe
i
that both of
nazwałby
these
drzewami.
cities would be
Mamy tu
referred to by
bowiem sieci, a
Alexander
jedna
as
z nich
natural
jest
cities
właśnie
because they
sieć,
are constructed
której
as
w tej chwili
networks.
tworzymy, w której uczestniczymy.
Including the
A więc
network
jest to
we are
tradycja tych
participating
wspaniałych
in, the
międzynarodowych
tradition of
konferencji.
these
Życzę
fantastic
Państwu
international
bardzo owocnych
conferences.
obrad
So
na konferencji,
I
która
hope
stała
that
się
your
już
discussion
ważną
at
tradycją
this
dla Krakowa i nie
important
tylko.
event will be very fruitful. Thank you very much.
Ja tylko muszę się wytłumaczyć, bo to
Just
troszkę
one
zabrzmiało ze słów
sentence of
pani
explanation,
Poremskiej,
because
jakbym napisał, że
Madam
Wenecja jest
Poremska, she
brzydka.
sounded like
Chodziło mi,
as
że
if
nawet
I
gdyby
wrote that
Wenecji
Venice
byłby
is
jakiś brzydki
ugly.
budynek, ona jest sama w
If
sobie
there is
taka
a
piękna, że nikt
single
by tego nie
ugly
zauważył.
building in Venice, Venice is so beautiful that no one would
Proszę bardzo,
even
w takim
notice
razie,
that.
jeśli można zakończyć tę
So,
część i zaprosić Państwa na
Let us
wystawę
wrap up this
pana
part
profesora
and
Dariusza
invite you
Kozłowskiego do
to
sąsiedniego
the
budynku. Niestety musimy się
exhibition
ubrać.
of Professor Kozłowski's
Więc
works.
zapraszam wszystkich
And the
na
exhibition is
pół
held in
godziny.
another
Nie
building.
przerwy, bo to jest
So,
cały czas
ladies
jesteśmy
and
na
gentlemen,
konferencji,
please
ale
put
musimy
your
przejść do
coat on.
sąsiedniego budynku,
We have to walk to another building on the campus
uczestniczyć w otwarciu wystawy.
to
Dziękuję
attend
bardzo.
the opening. Thank you so much.
profesor Justynę Zapałę.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me open the first session. Welcome on behalf of our panel. We have with us Professor Dariusz Kozłowski, and instead of Professor Wrona, who couldn't be here with us, we have a professor substituting for him, Professor who is from our university. So we are going to change the order of our session. Professor Gzela was the first one to speak. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here with us, so we are going to change the order a little bit. And we will start with Professor Pratelli, but not personally, but in the form of a brief presentation.
Okay, so we are here. I'm here only for a short greeting to all the participants to this conference. And a few words of greeting to the organizers and to all the participants. This year, for personal and family reasons, I will not be able to attend the conference, nor was I able to send you a text within the conference schedule. After so many years in which this event has been an important opportunity for me to meet you and your city, you must believe that I'm truly, very deeply sorry. And I don't remember when I first participated. It was quite a different world from today. I remember something like this then. But city's timing and its places always hide very strange relationships. See that here is a detail in stone in the court of the Krakowskiej castle that you all know very well, and here instead is a detail of the rosette in the cornice of the circa 17th century building in Bologna, where I happened to be born a few years ago. The same kind of, as you can see, even such different cities sometimes speak with languages that refer to each other. Something you know all very well. This is one made of wood. For this reason, is made of several wooden roses linked together, put together, in order the other in Krakow, made in stone, was more compact. Different solution for different material. But now we must not get lost. A big greeting to all of you. I think about the past years. Every topic suggested to the conference has always been of great interest. And when seemingly a little strange, turned out instead to be a source of very great suggestions. Once again, this year, the theme is very engaging, I think very difficult, and as one would say in English, also very intriguing. I look with some envy and curiosity at those people who are facing it. In fact, I personally believe that cities, in their reasons, have very little to do with architecture. Cities are born for other many reasons, yet the architecture is a consequence of these different motifs and the way they grow. Cities are different things for architecture, but it is through their architecture that we recognize them, through their architecture that we can understand them, describe them, remember them. It's through their architecture that we can conceive them. So therefore, really an intriguing theme. but now I have to go, and I would like to thank the honorary patronage, the Scientific Council, Conference Office, the Chair of Architectural Design. Thank to Darius and Maria for the esteem and support over the many past years. And thank you to Thomas for the constant invitation over time. And thanks to Anna at the Conference Office for the help and the reassuring tutoring over the last few years. But now I think I have only to disappear. Something like this. What happened? But hoping to see you on a next, not too distant occasion. Thank you all. Thank you very much to all of you.
Dziękujemy bardzo panu profesorowi za ten adres.
Thank you for the welcome and the kind words on our conference. Over to our chairman.
Professor Gino Malcarne from Bologna. The title of the presentation is The House and the Architecture of the City.
Good morning. Thank you all for the invitation. I am very pleased to be here with you again and to participate in this architecture seminar that has an important scientific tradition. I believe that architecture is inseparable from the city. Leon Battista Alberti quoting, "The city is like a large house, and the house a small city." I also would like to remark that for me Aldo Rossi's book, L'architettura della città, and the heritage of urban studies produced in Italy continue to represent my cultural reference. The imagine that will be shown without my commentary are all projects of mine, developed over time following the idea of making architecture for the city. The city is to me the theater where the human events take place, and that has always been the center of my work. Where designing houses or residential neighborhood, I have never stopped building cities by fragment. In fact, I have tried to build places for people's lives, collective spaces, characterized by an idea of architectural ensembles, not sophisticated design objects to define the city faces. Quoting Fernand Pouillon, ensembles are more important than isolated masterpieces because they play a part in people's daily lives. Believing in the architecture of the city certainly does not mean thinking of the reconstruction as objective in the city form in general. The current city is a contradictory, complex place. It is an open work that definitely cannot aspire to any kind of unity. The contemporary city is not homogeneous, but discontinuous, and is made up of parts characterized as a whole by a fragmentary conformation. The city of our time is not just one place, but many places. Intervening in the contemporary city doesn't mean aspiring to found or refound cities, but to intervene on those places that need overwriting. A stratification to endow with character and meaning by proposing an architecture that is grafted onto and overlaps the existing city, thereby bringing it new meanings. To talk about the architecture of the city, I like to introduce the term of urban landscape, a term borrowed from French geographers Georges Chabot and from those who recognize the city as a reference and foundation of architecture. For me, moreover, the definition of urban landscape indicates the possibility of building places with distinctive character, fragments, part of the city, endowed with finiteness within an open work, within in the city itself. This is a necessary aspiration to try to reconstruct an idea of the city, even by significant fragment, able to give shape to the urban shapelessness. The project developed in recent years have always been oriented toward an architecture that is able to propose redevelopment / regeneration / reconstruction project for marginal, peripheral and abandoned urban places, toward an architecture able to propose new centrality for the suburbs. Consequently, for any redevelopment project, it becomes necessary to foster a new relationship between collective places and residential areas. In this sense, the public side of housing belongs to everyone, and not only to those who live there, precisely because it contributes to the scene of the city and therefore demands civil architecture. This means proposing a polycentric model of the city for large and medium-sized cities at least. The urban suburbs are essentially an economic and social problem, but architectural design cannot allot by giving a form to the urban formlessness. Only architecture can build the condition, places for the development of a dignified urban life. As Henri Lefebvre wrote, urban life, urban society, in a word, the urban cannot go without a practical material base, a morphology. The city, according to Lefebvre, is an oeuvre, closer to a work of art than to a simple material product. There is no oeuvre without a regulated succession of acts and action, of decision and conduct, messages and code. Nor can an oeuvre existing without things, without something to shape, without practical material reality, without a nature, a countryside, an environment. This means, without a doubt, favoring through the definition of form, alternative urban process to the sole urban practice of standards, thus able to recall, even if by fragment for significant parts, to theme of urban centrality, the value and richness of the overall form of the city and, why not, the identity of places. I therefore strongly believe in a disciplinary autonomy of the architectural which, however, take architects who are civilly and politically committed. Places that have lost their urban role or might never have and one. Look forward for important changes. Finally, places that are awaiting substantial transformation in a quest for new uses and new formal identities. Our task should be to propose a form for these places in cities. The synergistic relationship between the project of the house and its relationship with the city has had over the year toward design research that therefore seek to development around the new town idea, the urban suburbs, proposing a kind of architecture that is grafted onto and overlaps the existing city, not only in the direction of correction, but also intervening in antithesis by contrast, thus in the wind with new meaning. The house represents a shelter for human life, but in its construction is determined places, the city public and collective spaces. In its construction, therefore, it became scena fissa delle vicende umane, Aldo Rossi quoting, fixed scene of the events of man. The house offers a public side, the exterior, and a private side, the interior. The public side belongs to everyone and not only to those who live there, and need civil architecture. I am interested in a design experience ascribable within a civil horizon of architecture, in which we can recognize and affirm that living is possible only as a collective space. The design of a residential building therefore focuses on the role of the urban project and on the meaning which residential settlements can take on in the processes of regeneration and transformation of urban areas, trying to recover the generality of a social theme and the same time architectural theme is idea of la casa per tutti, home for all, Elio Vittorini quoting. The projects I'm presenting envisage a rebirth for part or city that are lacking and needy. This project proposed the construction of places that would like to be significant and which aspire to become new urban centrality, point of reference, keystone in the suburb of the city of our time, in areas where urban form is being lost. In the city understood as an artifact, the plane is realized using architecture, the only possibility for an urban project, which contemplates as a final result a significant form of the city, endowed with its own character. Such projects are then built as similar pieces of city. They are rooted in the built city and the imagery to which they refer. The ability to imagine figures and spaces derives from a knowledge of historical cities. The city, in fact, a place of common value and theater for where human life takes place, in the custodian of a tradition of urban forms, forged by time and the life of humankind. I am therefore sharing the project and idea of cities that refer to no places, which have been transcribed, reinvented, and found in project, recalling with Cesare Pavese, lo stupore vero è fatto di memoria e non di novità. True amazement is made of memory, not of novelty. The refers through urban analysis to type and figures that derive from history, also contributes to making urban artifacts recognizable and identifiable. Project establish a relationship with history, to be understood as generative, not as imitative. And that is built through an analogical process. as happens in the best work of architecture is the precedents and historical references. There can be glimpses which feed the imagination. They themselves produce evocative images are in fact only necessary to the principle of recognition and identity making of places. Sorry. The architecture of the city is the urban theater of the civil life. The urban scene space is therefore an essential component of the urban project and is a figure which recurs in my work as an architect. This component requires careful attention to the implementation and representation of the project. In fact, if the city is the theater of public life, is the works of architecture that make the urban landscape intelligible in terms of culture and experience. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you very much, Professor. I may study. For the creative interpretation of contemporary cities, inclusive of all of the elements it entails: society, culture, space, and importantly, what the city is composed of, the scenery, for the life of its residents. And let me also congratulate on the visual aspect of this presentation, without which the ideas that the professor presented to us wouldn't have been documented so pointedly. So thank you very much, and now over to the next speaker. The next presentation will be the one by Professor Swick from the University of Technology of Warsaw, the city of bits today, urban space as a result of rules. Over to you, Professor.
Dzień dobry, dziękuję bardzo za
Well,
zaproszenie.
good morning and thank you very much for invitation.
Ogromnie jest mi miło być tu z Państwem.
It is my great pleasure to be here with you today in this space.
I choć będę się zajmował
And while
wirtualizacją
I
naszych kontaktów, naszych relacji,
be talking
również
about
naszych
the
wyobrażeń o
virtual
przestrzeni, to
nature
proszę
of
mi
our
wierzyć, że po
relationships
doświadczeniach
and our
pandemii
contacts and our space,
głęboko wierzę w to, że
believe me that after
jest
what we've been
głęboko
through,
niewystarczające i
we were
bez
through during the
takich jak to,
pandemic,
bez
I believe that
możliwości
is
interakcji rzeczywistej, tej
insufficient
opartej na
at all
naturalnych
without our interactions, without our sensual cognitive functions and impressions, we wouldn't be able to exchange our thoughts effectively.
Tematem mojego
The
dzisiejszego
topic
wystąpienia
of
będzie
my presentation
pewna
today
część materiału,
is a
który
part,
państwo
certain part of the
możecie szerzej,
material
skonfrontować z własnymi
You may confront
wyobrażeniami
this
poprzez
material
lekturę referatu
with
i
your own
ta część
impressions
jest
by reading my
wybrana
essay,
głównie
my
poprzez
paper.
osobę
And I focused
myśliciela,
on this
który mnie
main part
natchnął do tego,
here
żeby zatytułować ten referat w taki sposób,
because
żeby go
he was my inspiration
jako
to build my
formę zderzenia
paper on it and to have this structure which juxtaposes a certain concept of architecture and imagination. So it's Bill Mitchell, who is the former Dean of Architecture at the MIT. Actually, I had the opportunity to meet Bill Mitchell in person in 1990s before even he wrote that book, which inspired me to write this essay, and that was a very unusual meeting. Professor is an incredible person with a very sharp mind and also very open to exchange of thoughts, and a person like that may be extremely effective to explain and to suggest what we can expect in the decades to come. And Professor left a complete description of his observation of what we can expect, and these are covers of his books. They touch upon issues which come and rise from architecture. Bill Mitchell, he was capable of combining this vision-oriented and futuristic thinking with a prediction of what is coming and with very down-to-earth practical actions in the academic milieu. So he was the creator of a modern vision of the MIT campus, which was a reference to all contemporary campuses. He was also the creator of Smart Cities MIT Lab. So that was the cradle of prototypes of so many solutions that we've been using and that inspire us. And the bottom row below, that these are professors' publications or publications that refer to the professor. And here, that's the book published in 1996. In my opinion, that is the starting point for all later subsequent concepts of professor and for all the tests and concepts run testing in the lab. So I would like to test Mitchell's thoughts against the background of subsequent taxonomies. So I have certain ideas that are presented in models here. So I would like to juxtapose them with models. So these concepts are the most unrealistic and unreal models. So these are informational models. They contain a complete set of metadata that refer to space, and also these are reference to the models of autonomous spatial environment, because professor were dealing with concepts that you cannot see right now, but which are based on contemporary experience, and because of that, they're highly probable. So the first image, which is the reference to the reality that we know, comes from our own area of experience. We want to talk about the dependence of urban planning mechanisms on the rules. These are rules which are followed by designers, by planners, and these are also rules which are based on the way of operation and needs and pragmatics of human settlement operations. So this is a settlement in the town of Kutusk, a pre-settlement state. It is a computer model, but it's not that these houses, the structure of these houses and the model was based on post-architectural archaeological excavation concept. We created this model in our faculty. Under the direction of Professor Brona, we read the certain structural rules that supported that settlement. And on that basis, software was developed that allowed to follow certain architectural iteration. And these iterations are based on architectural and archaeological discoveries. So this way we can generate certain hypotheses that we can then check back. So if we read the principles correctly, then that tool can be a very efficient tool to design a city based on a certain set of rules. So let me give you another example. This goes back in time, but it's based on similar principles, 1960s plug-in city by Archigram. It is not only the theoretical concept which is based on the mode of operation and how elements cooperate. Well, the plug-in city could be also translated directly as a city which is plugged into the grid or network of relationships which generate certain statuses. Here we have information that comes from the real time and that causes certain configuration to be more or less realistic. And here city grows or shrinks and is based on the rules which have been initially written down by an architect. Before computers became popular, it was quite a structural concept to design cities. On the left, you can see the patterns by Christopher Alexander. So this is not only the reading of the reality. This is a reference to defining certain dependencies in communication, etc., etc. And on the right, you have the landscape synthesis by Lynch. So it is based on certain models, and this way we can interpret the city landscape and construct the city landscape. If our planning and of the future is not only a conceptual pattern, but is a futuristic expression, and it's basically drawn or designed by an architect, then its features are more related to aesthetic models and features which support these visions. I don't want to comment on these images. I think you're very well familiar with them. So again, my choice is based on the fact that each of these images is not only supported by an intuitive and expression-based vision. There is a certain formal concept or observation here. We assume that there will be certain rationale behind certain statuses, and they prompt certain geometrical configurations that can be then recorded by using language. But then let us refer to the city of bits. These two concepts come together, and there is this very strictly formalized idea that refers to certain ideas and concepts of an urban space. So the professor starts from quite tangible observations. This book was written when U.S. cities had to be turned upside down because of the necessity to route a fiber optic cable through them and in them. So the professor described that fascinating phenomenon. Then he moved on to a more theoretical comment. So the city of bits has its reincarnation of certain digital ideas that we know from our traditional life, and it also has its algorithms and its population. People who begin to behave like human beings, and human beings that start to behave like robots. So then we have the architecture that can register certain information in real life, and it operates in a network. The city of Bits is full of paradoxes, and then it has a body and it doesn't have a body, and it's bodiless, in particular when we understand them through such additional interfaces that allow us to communicate with this digital world. So it's a continuous reasoning or understanding. So, for example, when we click hyperlink, we are transferred to another point with the content. We all know very well that such literature was also created without computers, literature that actually you can start reading from any point. And landscape, well, this is a futuristic vision. There is no landscape in the city of Bits, but you can touch upon that topic. So let me start with two videos here. The first one is a very significant material for me, and this is an image of a city of 1954 painted by Steven Spielberg in the Minority Report. Actually, it wasn't Spielberg's intuitive creation. Actually, he invited to the hotel inside Santa Monica 15 members of the Academia. These were top thinkers, top designers of urban concepts, and the leader of that team was Tom Mitchell, and they created an image with more than 10 key assumptions and technological solutions that follow. This city, which is digitally augmented, operates as it does. I'll go back to that in a moment. Then we have another video. This one is completely detached from reality. The Inception, 2010. This is a virtual city, and it is virtual in the sense that it comes from the environment of dreams. But as you can see, parts of that city come from our real memories and observations, from our sensual perceptions, but they are created through our concepts of and ways of, through our dreams. In reality, they become unreal, and they have these qualities or features that in the world of gravitation, in the world of gravity, do not happen. And then we have the third video, which is a sample of a potential city of Bits. So this is a mixture of both these worlds. Woodson, the Sydney Opera in 2023, the Opera House in Sydney was celebrated. It's celebrating its 50th anniversary. And it received a new layer of visual interaction with the surroundings. This is a 3D mapping with processing of reality that can be received through our senses and then transformed into something different, perhaps richer, perhaps different from what has been initially planned. Now, technology. The city of Bits cannot go on without technology. Technology has made its has made it to our real life and it's here to stay. So this is the map of the center of Kraków, the surroundings of the central railway station in Kraków, and these are buses which cruise and circle around us. So this is not something that we can recognize, that we can learn, and then we can use and then apply as a convention. This bit of information comes from real life, is in real time, and may affect our life in reality. These technologies tend to be more tangible in terms of their real-life application. This is an MIT lab prototype from Bill Mitchell's team, MIT car or a city car, a vehicle of the future, which is unmanned, autonomous and transformable, and it changes the needs of urban corridors when it comes to its storage. It changes our habits, because we can just call it and it will take us and drive us where we want, and it's actually in use in the south of France. So this is not a virtual reality, this is a tangible reality. It's my presentation based on dreams, ideas and fantasies of a visionary who is no longer with us. Wired monthly 2 years ago published this Minority Report devoted article. So in that article, the authors wanted to analyze how much of the Minority Report concepts have been technologically processed and applied in our environment. So we have a number of inventions. So for the sake of the film, we had a whole list of inventions. So you have this whole list in this Wired magazine, and I marked in bold those that may have some urban planning context, and in orange those that have been already consumed. So for example, iris scanning, and then a certain following citizens and anticipating their needs. Well, that is already happening in China. We can recognize people and also understand the response from the urban mechanism. We all have autonomous cars around us. Those of you who drove Tesla in this automated or autonomous mode, you can see that vehicles can do much more than they're legally allowed to. Then we have personalized advertising, we have gesture-operated interfaces, we have other changes, or things that change our cities. And these changes, they change social behaviors because they refer to a markedly different sphere of perception. I do not have the time to tell you about the impact of these phenomena on designing the urban space, but let me start with showing you a model of the city of Tampa in Florida. This is a model which is mapped with digital projection based on the real-life monitoring, so you can see how the city fills with the traffic in traffic corridors, and then we can focus on different parts of the city and consider whether they're friendly or unfriendly, whether we like them or we don't. So we can light it up. So that shows that participative city planning and discussion with the residents that can show what is happening, and this is up-to-date information which is updated as we go. Then we have two short videos from our faculty. So this is an interactive table that has been created by our IT department, and then we have blocks. These blocks are buildings, and depending on how we program the tool, then it helps us to make a decision. So these wooden blocks are public utility buildings, and these color marks on them surface, so these are certain participants that would group into certain areas or zones of the city. Then we have another application. In this application, we analyze Warsaw in terms of bicycle traffic, so we can analyze potential routes and their duration. So we here determine the comfort zones and the distance of 3, 5, or 10 kilometers. And here we have simulations of new potential cross-river communication and designing bridges. Well, this is actually students' work, but we may set up certain algorithms, and we can easily imagine that we can retrieve some information on the bicycle traffic in such areas. Then there is this company in San Sebastian in North Spain that has been set up by our PhD student. That company prepares animations that analyze theoretical access for traffic and access from any point in the city. Then that city can be mapped by using color visualizations, determining zones of which are more or less accessible, and determine the transportation zones and preferences. So finally, about the interaction, are we as humans able to receive and have this perception of that city of bits? We may be using simple interfaces and with our smartphones, but we cannot fully immerse in that reality. And here we've been working for years to overcome these limitations. So it was at the time when Peter Cook was drawing the plan of the city. So we have a virtual interface of reality, which is an engineering concept. This is a pantograph hanging suspended from the ceiling, and here the participant can see this virtual reality around them. And here on this, in this film, we have perception of a real city, of an ordinary user with an interface. Unfortunately, I do not have Google Glasses on me today, but Google Glasses give me also contextual information depending on what I would like to have. So we have all like big parts of the city of bits that we would normally fail to see. So, for example, if there is an underground traffic interruption, I get the right information, and then I can have more information or how to move or what traffic type of transportation to use. If I have passed by a bookstore, or if bypass by a poster or a billboard. I could, for example, pop in and buy a book, and I can check whether some to compromise on our privacy and on our anonymity in order to use the technology. Well, the technology can register whatever we explore when we explore the surroundings in cities. In my opinion, it is not about technology. It is not about the degree of advancement, progress, technological level of certain tools or devices that we use. It's also a question of about our lifestyle and our needs, and whether and if a human being can and is able to accept that type of operation or functioning in that composite technology that exchanges information with a human being in very many different ways. And I'll be very happy to discuss this concept with you if you're interested later on, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this highly interesting and inspiring, thought-provoking presentation. As we can see, generative computer software is capable of creating completely new cities that we couldn't even think of. We can see the effects of the use of such software, but we might think whether problems that we have already encountered will also emerge. I'm referring to software used to design buildings. The problem is the problem of the architect and its role. Will architects continue to exert control over the design process? So I can refer here to the participative projects that involve the use of software, but not by architects, but by future users. Let me mention a PhD dissertation written by one of the PhD candidates of Professor Swick on participative projects, where the role of the architect, well, we expect that the role of the architect will be just to provide certain input for the software, and the project will be executed independently by the software itself or by the users for whom the design is being prepared. So the question is whether the software will have the same impact on urban planning. It is something to be debated, whether the role of architect may change as much with respect to cities as it is happening as regards building architecture. Thank you once again, Professor Swick. And now I have the great pleasure
Professor Lamberto Amistadi from Bologna, Architecture and Urban Composition, Framing and Filling.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation to this important seminar. Thank you for the invitation in this beautiful city, and thank you for the exposition of the work of Professor Kozlowski, the city of the immortals. I think that everything is immortal. Everything. Not me, but the last tendency of the philosophy. Every experience that we have, every emotion that we live. Everything. I will speak about one small part of the city, the urban composition, the composition. Composition is a very small part, but very important because it is the premise to the construction of the city. You could think that it is abstract. Okay, it is abstract, but it is the same abstraction of the maths that permits all the commercial exchanging, all the very concrete and practical exchanging of money, of of everything. I will start from this definition of composition by Ernesto Nathan Rogers, that in the structure of the architectural composition defined composing as putting together various things to make just one. Yeah, putting together various things to make just one. But the question is how to recognize the component of the composition that we have to put together to make just one. Yeah? And how to group, how to phrase, like to put together in a phrase, the components of the composition. So I will speak about this precondition, yeah? The precondition of the urban composition. The precondition in seeing something in something. Seeing something in something is not my concept, but it is one concept by Ludwig Wittgenstein, that say that in the 90 years, Ludwig Wittgenstein made some experiment about the rhythm, yeah, about the so-called subjective rhythm, and the experiment concerned the way in which different individuals perceive the same sequence of beats. Yeah? And the research showed that the same sequence of beats with the same tone, the same distance between the beats was perceived differently by different individuals. Not only differently, but groups in 2 beats, in 3 beats, in 4 beats, although the beats were at the same distance. This idea of hearing something in something or seeing something in something is older, because already Leonardo da Vinci spoke in this nuova invenzione di speculazione, in this idea that different individuals see in something, in some stains on the walls, different things. Yeah? Or Alexander Kozens, another teacher of landscape, that had the same method, that students have to draw some stains on the paper and recognize something, some elements of the landscape, yeah, something. Of course, you can recognize something only if you have in mind the idea of something. It depends on what you have in your mind. De Chirico, the great Italian painter, De Chirico said that the virgin mind is blind, because without idea in your mind you can't recognize everything in that stain on the wall. So, for example, I want to do this example about this question of seeing something in something, and about the question of grouping, yeah? To group the components of the composition in this project by Giorgio Grassi. Yeah? You know, maybe Giorgio Grassi, this important Italian architect. In this project in Berlin in the 1981. Of course, if you have in your mind the idea of the urban block, you will recognize, this is the project was to define this square, the Lutzwo-Platz in Berlin, because around the Platz there is a lot of empty spaces and a lot of mess. So nowadays, this place was composed in this way, because if you have the idea of the closed urban block, you will compose the components of the architectural elements within the field of the urban block. And so it is the situation. In this situation, the urban block gives the back to the square, and the square is out of the field of the composition, out of the field of the play, yeah? of the field of the... Vitruvius spoke about the field of the battle, architecture that it is like to compose in a field of the battle with the soldiers. Yeah? But for example, if in this many signs of the cartography, because the starting point of the composition, of the urban composition, is the cartography. Yeah? And on the cartography, on the technical cartography, you have a lot of signs, but you have to recognize something in something. If you recognize in the cartography the relation between the Siegessäule, the column of the victory in the Tiergarten in Berlin, and this other square, if you recognize this relation, that your composition will be different. No more defined in the urban block, but trying to compose elements facing the square. And so now I'll show some sketches by Giorgio Grassi, because they are very interesting, not only about the question of the rhythm, because the rhythm is one of the main elements of all the composition in all the fields, in all the disciplines, in music, in painting, in architecture. Not only about the rhythm, but the trial to combine the relation between elements and the field. In this first sketch, there is not the field, yeah? But later, he starts to define the field together with the elements. And this is maybe interesting, in my opinion, too, because the contemporary situation of the city, of the contemporary city, because probably the difference between architectural composition and urban composition is this, that in the urban composition, the relation between the things that we have to compose is not only between the elements, but it is between elements and the field. This is interesting because this is the figural theme, yeah? These cracks, these double cracks here that contain this pre-existence building. And it is like these arms, this building could slide along this railway, yeah? This portico. And going on, it tried a lot of configuration, and at last it can understand well what is the field. And the field is painted by green here, in the case of Giorgio Grassi. Yeah? And this is the final configuration. Of course, on this framing and filling, on this composition, there starts the typological question. Yeah? The typological question begins from this premise of the recognizing something in something and to defining the relation between the components and the field. This is interesting because a lot of theoretical of architecture speak about deep structure, about the typology. Yeah? The typology is the deep structure. But it's interesting to note that the structure of the architecture has different levels of depth. This is the typology is one level, but that framing is another level of this process of the urban composition, the process of to construction the city. So now we can understand at last, we can understand the subtitle of my intervention, yeah? Architecture and urban composition, and the subtitle was Framing and Filling. And this is what this important for me, in my opinion, sentence by this famous historical of the art, Gombrich, Ernst Gombrich. In a book a bit forgotten, but very important, is the sense of order, where it is for me one manifesto of this dialectical relation between components of the composition and the field of action, or the field of possibility, or the field of the play, the chessboard. It is, but any hierarchical arrangement presupposes two distinct steps, that of framing and that of feeling. The one delimits the field or fields, the other organizes the resulting space. But to conclude, I want to let note that at last, as again Ludwig Wittgenstein said, at last, the final test, the final proof of any configuration is the convincing image. Yeah? The final proof has one aesthetical value. The final proof is an harmonious figure. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję panu profesorowi za interesujące przedstawienie problemu kompozycji, problemu, który towarzyszy nam, architektom, urbanistom od wielu setek lat, tak jak pan profesor wspomniał tutaj o historii kompozycji w urbanistyce, a przede wszystkim dziękujemy za bardzo interesujące przedstawienie problemu relacji w kompozycji, problemu hierarchii w kompozycji oraz problemów typologicznych. Całość była świetnie zilustrowana bardzo przekonywującym materiałem graficznym, za co szczególnie dziękujemy. A teraz mamy przerwę na kawę do godziny 13:15. Zapraszam wszystkich na kawę.
11111. 11111.
So let me open the second part of the first session, and our first speaker will be Raffaella Neri. The title of the presentation is The City, the Beginning and the End of Architecture.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you for your kind invitation. It's always a pleasure to come in Krakow at the Politechniki. So, personally, I remain convinced that the majority of the reasons for the forms of architecture must be sought in the morphology, geography, and character of the sites, so that the new works can in turn bring a new form to these places, with the aim of these new places belonging to the city, identifying it, continuing its history, and at the same time renewing it through a new interpretation. It is true that architecture today seems to be moving in quite another direction, considering each building as an object, independent of its surrounding, overbearing or indifferent, sometimes, in the best cases, a test of virtuosity or a technical or technological challenge. However, this is the substantial difference between a work of architecture and a design object. An object, precisely, in the sense that it has no fixed position, is self-sufficient and finds its raison d'être only in itself and in its functioning. I believe the contrary to be true, that the fundamental task of architecture is to build places, to give a space a recognizable form. This goal comes sooner than the design of the building itself. It is the main purpose of an architect's work, and in this sense, the composition of buildings is its tool. The architectural project is therefore not limited to the single artifact, but to its sphere of influence, which will differ each place. I always give the example of a castle atop a hill. Its construction not only defines its interior spaces and the places directly connected with it. Its very presence marks a landscape as far as the eye can see, and this in general was precisely why the castle was built. The term composition is applied to an architectural project and to the act of establishing relationships between volumes in order to create spaces endowed with value and form. Architecture composes in order to define places, spaces, and voids. The spaces of a city are defined through its architecture, and architectural composition means also urban composition. If composing architecture means giving urban space a form, measuring it and identifying it, then the central problem becomes the decision on the principle of order to be adopted for the construction of new buildings and new places in a city. Because composition, which is the tool to achieve an end, must contain a meaningful objective, composing in relation to an idea of order to be imposed on places, an order which, of course, has nothing to do with geometry, but with a meaning, which is then translated into a form. This may be an existing principle suggested by or found in places and in their history, which is recognized, reproduced, and transfigured, or a brand new, different, and alternative principle. But in every case, a general principle of order must be present and recognizable to guide the act of composing and defining architectures. If on the one hand we cannot stop proposing new settlement principles coming from our culture and knowledge, on the other hand it is necessary to guarantee continuity. This is the difficulty which any urban composition project must face, to establish the balance between the extant and a transformation, aware of the fact that any intervention, however minimal and minute, will nonetheless modify the original spatial structure. In relation to the search for a balance between the principle of order and respect for the pre-existing character of places, I would like to show two projects developed at the Polytechnic of Milan. These projects are two university sites positioned in two opposite parts of the city in context with a different character and history, an issue that the city of Milan has been debating for some time. The first project is located in an area of the historical suburbs northwest of Milan, known as Bovisa, and made famous by the paintings of Mario Sironi, an important industrial site of a former gas supply company, but abandoned for decades. The project concerned the new settlement of the Politecnico, which wishes to establish its second city seat here, and in part has already done so. The second one would involve the transformation of areas into the replacement of buildings belonging to the State University and to two hospitals, the National Cancer Institute and the Neurological Institute, in the process of being transferred. These sites are close to the original seat of Polytechnic, located within a firmly established area in the Città Studi districts, laid out by plans of the early 19th. The two projects propose similar themes and suggest similar aims in very different urban conditions within the city of Milan. In both cases, the fundamental undertaking of the project is to define the compositional principle for the sites, or the principle of order to be implemented through the composition of buildings and services for the universities and the city, considering the relationship with the context, the differences in character and history of the areas, and the intended destinations. We developed the master plans for the sites, and only then the design of the individual buildings following the indications of the master plan. The groups of students tried out different alternatives for the individual work of architecture to verify their suitability in their master thesis. The area in Bovisa district is an industrial site known as the Drop, because, I don't know why, because of the shape of the tracks that fence it in. This area has already been identified more than 30 years ago as the site for a possible expansion of the Politecnico by a group of its professors. The choice was based on an idea of the city that considered the establishment of public institutions on a territorial scale a necessary condition to bring an urban quality and new identity to these suburban areas cut off from the life of the city, as Bovisa then was. The proposal was reinforced by a decisive condition for a university. This area was served by two railway lines with two distinct stations, in turn well connected to the metropolitan transport system, which would be further expanded. The Polytechnic site would therefore constitute the new urban pole of a polycentric city, a city no more based on a dominant center where institutions and places of value were concentrated, with an extensive surrounding, substantially residential suburbs. The new settlement represented an opportunity to offer new places and new collective buildings in this part of the city that was historically devoid of them. An initial project for the Polytechnic site, in which I participated as a PhD student at the time, was developed by the Department of Architectural Design and Urban Planning on behalf of the municipality and was coordinated by Antonio Monestiroli. After multiple vagaries, including serious problems of soil contamination, a competition, and unfulfilled assignment, the municipality partially reclaimed the area and reinserted it within the territorial government plans, redefining the site's destination and perimeter. In 2016, the Polytechnic launched an internal call addressed to teachers and researchers to develop a new project for this area. You can see the area in this map where different urban projects are drawn. In this latter hypothesis, we took for granted the general principle that had led to the identification of the site. We took note of the easy railway accessibility, which had increased over time, the persistent inadequate road links, and the installations of classroom and departments in several neighborhood industrial buildings abandoned and repurposed. The principle of order underlying the project did not differ much in its general line, from the original one, albeit in different forms, while taking into account the changed conditions of the site. It hypothesized the presence of a large central collective place, a park, open to the city, overlooked by departments, research laboratories, classrooms, and residences, both for the university and outsiders. On one side, the park is bordered by the surviving gasometers, a memory of the site's industrial past, repurposed as performance venues. On the other side, by the Central Public Library, a remarkable building for this study place. Perpendicular to the park, a second public place will connect the new site with the two railway stations and the districts outside the drop. This is a plaza featuring commercial, cultural, and sports facilities, as well as a multi-hall auditorium and other buildings for research and work. The two railway stations guarantee accessibility and connection with other parts of the city, and with a new mixed residential district, also a subject of this new plan. Car accessibility is guaranteed but will be restricted, excluding the possibility of crossing the new sites. The degree thesis of the students then developed several architectural projects following the indication of a master plan. I'm showing you without any other comment. They are fundamentally a master thesis of the students. In the Città Studi area, the planned transfer of the two hospitals to Sesto San Giovanni and of some department of the State University to the former Expo area makes it possible to rearrange the entire district, which has expanded over time in order to offer new services and to bring a new definition to the collective places of the two institutes living side by side, the Politecnico and the State University, as well as to the city. As the name itself suggests, Città Studi, that means the city of the studies, grew rapidly around the site of the first Polytechnic and the scientific departments of the State University. From the 1920s, in the wake of the 19th century plans that foresaw the city ordered by blocks. Over the years, the built fabric became welded to the ancient village of Lambrate toward the east, and its industrial settlement limited by the railway embankment and the Lambro River. Surrounded by their enclosures, the buildings of the 2 university poles and the hospitals have grown on themselves, besieged by a city that has expanded around them, occupying all the available land and preventing any further development. Thanks to the transfer, which will free up large areas between the buildings of the university, the theme is now to design a system of open spaces whose task is to establish clearer new relationships between the parts through the arrangement of some urban public places, squares, parks, and gardens, along with the construction of some university facilities, a library, an auditorium, an enhancing of the extent sports facilities, and provision of residencies and services for students, of which Milan has a great need. A study of the road network has allowed us to hypothesize the pedestrianization of Via Celoria, this is the green axis, an axis striding the 2 enclosures of the old Polytechnic and the Department of the State University to become a 3-lined avenue, a kind of rambla, for meetings and relaxations that would represent a continuation of the park of Piazza Leonardo da Vinci on the west side, which is already a meeting place for the students, extending as far as another open green space defined by the presence of the new library and the piazza of the new auditoriums. The pedestrian street would continue alongside the existing athletics track, recently redeveloped, and on the opposite side, a new sports center linked to the existing south neighborhoods. Continuing toward the city center, this rambla becomes a key urban axis, and in the opposite direction, bordering the street among places for sports, the park and the existing department will be a group of tall buildings, visible from afar, intended to accommodate new homes for students around the square and communal services. In the same way, the master plan was developed with a group of students who, in their master thesis, designed the individual work of the architecture that could give form to this scheme. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation. So these were 2 sites in the city, and an attempt was made to integrate somehow this new spatial solution with the existing urban tissue. And actually that could be also done on the basis of a zoning plan, of the master plan, that would take into account that urban tissue that exists there, or perhaps do it the other way, from the other end, and perhaps we could later on debate which method would take the priority, or hopefully this paper will initiate this discussion among us. Thank you. So the next speaker in our agenda is Aneta Pawłowska from Łódź, and she will represent a team that is composed of Professor Julia Iwaszko. Well, Professor Iwaszko, she's with us. Well, my apologies, because I was told that the Professor Iwaszko would not be able to come. We're so happy to have you here, Professor. So, welcome, Madam Iwaszko. And together with Aneta Pawłowska from the Technical University of Łódź, as it is stated in the agenda, will now present their paper on using the experience of Poland in revitalization for the reconstruction of cities destroyed by the war in Ukraine. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be the first to start. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here. Actually, that has been this great and very pleasant tradition to be here. Everything is as it always has been, excellent, and I would like to thank you for your for receiving me so warmly, for your support to Ukraine. This project is a very unusual project, when unfortunately it was created immediately after the war had broken out. And it's for the first time in history that this project was organized in cooperation between Polish and Ukrainian members of the academia, in collaboration with artists. And actually our involvement, our participation in this conference here closes the first stage of this project. We've already published 2 stories, and also we published a scientific monograph that was made by Sergei Bilensky, our press officer. He's a very unusual artist, an amazing photographer and a rock musician, and now he's in the army. For many years he was working in Florence as a sculptor. He speaks fluent Italian, so I'm here to offer you his warmest regards from him and from another artist from Poltava, and Sergei, he recorded his greetings to the organizers. So could you play his greetings now? Dear participants of the conference, welcome and hello, and I'm so very happy to be involved here, and similarly to the entire nation of Ukraine, we do appreciate very much the support and help and aid from Poland. I believe that that support is so very important for Ukraine now and in the future. And also let me use this opportunity to congratulate Italian participants of the conference. I lived in Italy for many years and I love Italy. We'll have a great and fruitful debate, and I'll be involved in reconstruction of Ukraine. And now let me switch to Italian.
Con i partecipanti dall'Italia, perché ho vissuto lì per molti anni e amo l'Italia. Auguro a tutti un lavoro fruttuoso. Insieme resisteremo e ricostruiremo l'Ucraina.
Thank you. And now let me give the floor to Aneta.
I was thinking about having a lecture in English, although I know that we have such a talented interpreter that I decided to stick with Polish, which is obviously much more easier for me. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference, and this is my pleasure to be here. I'm an art historian, so my point of view is quite quite different from the point of view of most of you. So let me start first by showing you the extreme scale of destruction in Ukraine. Sergei Balinsky, who is the press officer of the 28th Brigade of the Ukrainian Army. This brigade is one of the bravest and the most heavily engaged in combat in Ukraine. Mr. Balinsky photographs because it is his passion, and also to document the developments in Ukraine. It is, I'm saying that to encourage you, well, to promote a book that we're selling at this conference, and the income from that proceeds from the sale will support the 28th Brigade. And we have photographs that showcase destruction of Ukraine. And also there are photographs and information from Sergei's life in Italy before the war. As you can see on these photographs, the scale of destruction is huge. Well, so the industrial infrastructure has suffered the most, but then there is this destroyed infrastructure used by the population. Perhaps we could compare that to carpet bombings of German cities during World War II, or to destruction of Warsaw during World War II. So that is that ex nihilo destruction. So here perhaps we have this very touching photograph. The person that we can see in this photograph, he plays Sherwood umbrellas, and he was killed few minutes after performing that piece. So these are tragically dramatic stories going beyond what we can imagine. So this is the Ukrainian landscape right now. As you probably know, Donetsk, that's the area of the heaviest fights. This is the disputed area between Russia and Ukraine since 2014. The industrial plants in that area have been almost completely destroyed. As much as 70% of engagement of human capital, these were people engaged in industry and working in the industrial sector, mines and steel producing plants and processing plants. And then we have this question about reconstruction of mines and heavy industry plants. Perhaps now is the time to consider or reconsider a potential conversion of these areas or these spaces or these sites, so they correspond to current climate changes and respond to energy-related issues. Perhaps they should not be reconstructed at all. Then there were some ideas that were presented when raising Warsaw from ruins. There was this concept to leave Warsaw as a sea of ruins Jan Zachwatowicz and other architects put a lot of effort into reconstruction of Warsaw by widening street, removing that and rejecting that 19th century Warsaw and referring to the late 18th century image of Warsaw. Well, that was related to then historical concept of Poland that wanted to reject the 19th century regime, and the Communist Party in Poland strongly supported the 18th century vision of Warsaw. But now I would like to take you to the city of Łódź. This is my hometown. I come from the city of Łódź. You may be aware that for many years, Łódź was the Manhattan of Poland when it comes to cotton production and textile production. In spite of long tradition of the city of Łódź that go back to 1423, actually the entire transformation of Warsaw into the real city took place as late as after 1820, after the Vienna Congress, where Polish leaders, intellectual leaders, recognized Łódź and its satellite cities as excellent location, as an excellent site for setting up the textile industry. From that point on, the city of Łódź, with 600 inhabitants, multiplied its population. In the end of the 19th century, it was the second largest city of this Polish principality within the Russian Empire. Then there was this revolution of 1905, followed by the transformations after the end of World War I. Well, at that point, Poland regained its independence, and then the trade exchange with the Soviet Union stopped when Russia was transformed into Soviet Union in 1917. At some point, at that point, Łódź was deprived of capital. And after World War II, because Warsaw was so heavily destroyed, Łódź took over as the capital of creative thinking, with its film school, with its workers' plants and infrastructure. Then in 1990s, Łódź collapsed as the industrial center. For the city of Łódź, that was the time when the textile industry was no longer needed. So there was this concept that textile producers could no longer continue, and their textile producers were fully abandoned in terms of any state and economic support. So this is a 19th century city, a very beautiful city, very nicely planned, and then we could see Łódź slowly turning to ruins. On top of that, very many tenement houses in the center of the city of Łódź were examples of poor workmanship. So every time there is is this concept of revitalizing the city of Łódź, there's always this question whether it wouldn't be simpler and less expensive to demolish a tenement house that dates back to the 19th century and it's often beyond repair, and replace it with a contemporary building. Then we had many factories in ruins. Before, these factories, textile factories, were supplying 19th century population of Poland and Russia with excellent textiles. Then they were producing during the post-World War II period. On these pictures, on these photographs, you can see part of a big complex built by Karol Schreiber. He created his empire in Łódź, and he was often referred to as the Cotton King. That's the example of an amazing industrial architecture, medieval styled architecture that was slowly turning to ruins. And it was as late as in the 21st century, when the entire complex was reconstructed and modernized. It was an interesting idea to turn some parts of the complex into lofts for residential purposes. When the investment project was described in local newspapers, there were some beliefs that the creators of the project were heading for disasters because of high prices of apartments then, but actually now it is one of the most interesting places and sites in Łódź, and it's been very successful. Then we have the historical 19th century city center of Łódź, with this beautiful high street with beautiful fin de siècle and tenement houses that were slowly turning to ruins. Then, because of programs subsidized partially by the EU, such as, for example, the city of Łódź, the city of tenement houses, we could modernize that area. So this is one important aspect. So I think our Ukrainian colleagues should also take that into consideration in their reconstruction efforts. So it's about participation of the local population. Let the local population express their view on the idea, on the use and designated purpose of these buildings. Sometimes these members of the local populations are removed from their tenement houses, but this is not often the case. Then such tenement houses are quite renowned for their backyards, for their courtyards. I used to live in a tenement house like that when I was a child. I remember the huge effort to climb the stairs, to go up the staircase. I remember looking down at the courtyard. So these days, these courtyards are redesigned with green elements of greenery and trees planted with mural paintings. So very often in such tenement houses, there are some walls which are independent, so there is a huge opportunity to decorate and redesign such walls. So this is a great example of a revitalization project of a tenement house. It goes back to the revolution of 1905. That revolution was a very important event, and authors of monographs devoted to the city of Łódź write about this bloodshed, Łódź massacre of 1905 when workers took to streets. So there is this mural, there is this wall paintings, which is to refer to the 19th century kitchen ceramics that was present in such tenement houses before renovations. And this is another example of a courtyard development. Joanna Rajkowska, an artist and a performer, designed this courtyard of a rose. It was her goal to initiate a campaign to collect funds to support her daughter with an oncological disease. And she was raising funds to sponsor her daughter's eye treatment in London. So she designed a concept of an inner courtyard in a tenement house. So she created an image that her daughter could see as because of that eye cancer. And one of my colleagues, Krzysztof Stefański, theorist of architecture, he was one of the first persons who embarked on analyzing the 19th century Łódź. He said that that piece of work was so nice, but he wished that it could stay like that. And actually, it did stay like that. It is very well taken care of, up to the point that this courtyard was spread and carried forward and crawled over to neighboring streets. Well, that courtyard is in the condition of this permanent reconstruction or conversions, but then there were so many positive comments when this courtyard was given to use, and everybody could see the beauty of that industrial parts of Łódź. So these are other parts of Łódź. It was one of the ugliest streets of Łódź. So if someone, if an outsider appeared or tried to walk this street, which is in the very center of the city, one could be attacked, or and that was this concept of potential modernization of the street. And here you can see some actually surprising examples of difficulties suffered by those who live in the area that undergoes modernization. This is a car that was parked in part of a prohibition to park. And since the cement was ready to be poured in the street, the city could not afford to abandon the project, so it was resolved to leave the space around the car open, not to actually breach the law and tow away the car, which was there where it wasn't supposed to be. Then we have another case of converting textile plant into residential lofts, and another example, a great
elektrowni, tak, przekształcenie pierwszej elektrowni w
showcasing
mieście w
transformation
takie
of
duże
the
centrum
first
sztuki,
power
nauki,
plant
eksperymentarium,
of the
bardzo
city
ciekawy obiekt,
into
który jest
the
inspirowany
center
w taki
of
dość
science
daleki może
and
sposób,
an
również
exhibition
filmami science fiction tutaj w
hall,
odniesieniu do
which is
tego, co
inspired
mówił pan
by a
profesor.
science fiction
I
film
przykład
to
też
some
bardzo
extent.
udanej realizacji
And another
manufaktury,
example
obiekt,
of an
który w tej
excellent
chwili święci swoje triumfy. Też była to taka
project,
realizacja, co do której
the so-called
ja sama byłam
manufactura
przekonana, że ona się
shopping
nie
and
powiedzie, że w
entertainment
Łodzi nie ma
complex.
miejsca na tak
I must
rozbudowany,
admit that
ekskluzywny
I was
shopping mall, a okazało się,
quite
że nie,
doubtful
że to miejsce się
about
znajduje.
the
Tutaj
potential
na plus
success of
wielki
that
dla
spot,
właścicieli
but it
tego
turns out that
firmy
this
Axis można
shopping and
powiedzieć, że
entertainment
też
complex
znalazło w tym
is
obszarze
very
się miejsce na
popular,
aż 3
and I must admit that there are as many as 3 museums in the complex, including the famous Museum of Art in Łódź. I strongly recommend you a visit to that museum. Well, obviously, Łódź is not the only city which is converted and modernized, and so we have some examples from the city of Poznań, some examples from Kraków, and here we have some examples that show our Ukrainian colleagues' way of thinking. Perhaps Professor Iwaszko would like to refer to that. This is my son's MA project, or MA design and concept. Actually, my son, he took on from my interest in the architecture in Poland. We've been traveling quite a bit to Kraków, then to Łódź, and then to Warsaw. So he decided to focus on the Kiev brewery, and unfortunately that site is in a very bad condition, and there is a plan to build a residential area, but this is a historical building built of yellow brick. So after visiting Łódź, my son decided to cover it with red brick from the front, similarly to Łódź manufacturing plants. When unfortunately, because of our current war situation, that concept must wait until, with time, it could be reconstructed in western Ukraine, in the south of Ukraine. There are quite a few such projects. It is not like in Warsaw or in Łódź. These are like single cases of such historical buildings, and it would be a great idea to protect them. So we would like to derive from the cases success stories from Poland, and this is why we need this experience of Poland. Well, these complexes should be our inspiration. In Kiev, there is very little free space. Many companies moved to Kiev from south and from east. For us, it's a very big difficulty to combine new areas and historical areas, so the city needs new districts to spread and to build residential buildings. But then we need to protect historical buildings, and for that we need to use the experience of Poland. On top of that, we have these industrial plants which are partially destroyed in south and in the east. and these could be turned into fully protected historical buildings. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękujemy za interesujący.
Thank you very much for this highly interesting paper.
Wiem o tym, że na wydziałach architektury w Polsce
I
bardzo wielu miejscach
know very well that in Poland we are collaborating with our colleagues from Ukraine.
nasi studenci i studenci
And together, our students and students from Ukraine are working on similar projects focusing on the reconstruction of the damaged parts of Ukrainian cities.
dla przykładu w Poznaniu
For instance, in Poznan, we have a very interesting initiative to rebuild Chernihiv that defended against the Russian invasion for 30 days and was largely destroyed. So we have a history of many years of collaboration materials we collected even before the war, and now such materials are very useful for the revitalization projects. On top of that, I do know that the revitalization or the recovery of Ukraine is very interesting for students from many countries.
takie międzynarodowe wystawy
There are international exhibitions
projektów architektonicznych
that showcased the architectural projects presenting a variety of different ways in which Ukraine could be rebuilt. So thank you very much for this highly interesting presentation that would be very useful for such initiatives.
I przystąpimy zaraz do ostatniego.
And now the final presentation in this session. Let me invite the next speaker, Professor Francesco Saverio Ferra from Bologna.
Professor Francesco Saverio Ferra.
I put the timing. Good morning to everybody, and thank you for being invited in this important meeting. And it's very difficult after what we just heard about Ukraine. And I was really touched by and I appreciate the speech of Professor Pawlowski, and especially of Mr. Belinsky. Let me say, and I send home my closeness of what is happening right now in Ukraine, but also about all the wars that we have in this time of not only in Ukraine, but we know it's very difficult situation all over the world. So it seems quite silly to me to talk about these things, thinking that close to us are dying, young people, not only young people, kids and whatever. But anyway, I believe that we still go on, and it's great to think about the future of those population that is suffering in these days. And actually, we can have a lecture for what we just heard, and my speech is closed in a certain way. I didn't prepare that specifically, but the title I gave to my speech, "The City as Architecture," means that it's not only a tautology, but it's want to be a closeness to the idea that we are coming from a past, thinking to the future, but we have to learn from the city. And we also had, during World War II, we had disruption in our towns, and most of them were rebuilt partially. In other situations, they were destroyed. I mean, they were not rebuilt as they were. Instead, I believe that we probably need to build the memory, to rebuild the memory, not only to have again the, to make again the same mistakes, but in order to find the good things that our ancestors left to us. So this morning, other colleagues, they talked about the important lecture that we have from the town, and that the town is a collective art. Many authors talks about that, and it's probably one of the most complex and important piece of art that we have in our societies. So the city is part of it's not just the technical things, of course, but it's the place of the soul of the people that create that place and in which live, the people that live in that place and modify that day by day. So, as an architect, I think we are in charge of trying to find our contemporary way of looking at the architecture, what should be the form of the town. For sure, we need to listen to the sociologists, to the technicians, to the engineers, and so on, but I think at the end, we have to think about the form. Architecture is a way of giving answer to the needs of the community, and we cannot invent every day the future. We can try to do a little step ahead each day, taking advantage from the past and learning from the past. So we are living in a society that mainly is focused on the emotional way of thinking at the architecture. Think about the social. The social today, we say, I like, I dislike. They don't ask us to make a critical thought on what is happening during our day. And so is partially our architecture. And this was written very well by Douglas Spencer in the Architecture of Neoliberalism, How Contemporary Architecture Became an Instrument of Control and Compliance, published in 2016, in which he gives an outline of the situation, how the liberal society has reached its peak in architectural practice since the 90s, underlining how the supremacy of emotional and sensorial experience has replaced that cognitive, has replaced the research for the meaning of the place. So the civic ideas of the architecture has almost lost it. And this is especially true in Italy, where the community doesn't express the places. This morning we saw some projects done in Italy, which are I think are remarkable projects, but those are academic projects. The towns, the political parts of the town normally doesn't take care about what the academia is doing. They never ask the professor to think about the form or the ideas on the towns. And this is because the excuse is that there are no money in order to redevelop or to refurbish former factories or to military barrack or wherever. So the municipalities normally in Italy, they give to the contractors, to the developer, in charge of making that part of the towns. And I think that, and this is not a problem of us as an architect, or actually it is, but especially is a problem of the society in which we live. And we as an architect probably have to speak aloud about this problem, not only in the schools, but even in the society where we live. The problem of the heritage that we got from the past, I think, is still a value, and especially after the technology that we have today. Thanks to the technology, we can have a meeting with people that is living 2,000 kilometers away from here. We can have all the information by using this in the same time when that is happening on the other side of the world. So we probably can think again about the town, of the so-called the 15 minutes town, a town made with the ancient places. This is my first time in Krakow, and I think it's a beautiful town. I just visited briefly last night the beautiful square in front of the cathedral. I think is one of the masterpieces of the European architecture, and that's still today something from where we can learn about the architecture. So I don't think that we need superstructures, some certain way silly utopia. We need a utopia, of course, but not like what is happening right now in Saudi Arabia, where they are designing a linear town of about 170 kilometers, in which I wonder what kind of life there will be there. And I don't want to get inside the environment problems that project is doing to the desert, but this is another issue. So we probably, and even more true after the COVID-19, that after that we rediscovered the pleasure of being in meeting people, or in living in our neighborhood. So I think that we have to reinvent the town, but thinking about the town not of the private transportation. This morning we saw the MIT studies for new cars, new private cars, but probably we need to rethink the transportation not as a subjective but a public transportation system, a better transportation, public transportation system, because we knew that we are consuming almost all the energies that our world is offering to us. So in few words, I think that as an architect we can give some complex answer to, actually simple answer to complex questions. Today I want to show you a project that we did. I'm sorry, I don't know how to go ahead. Just clicking there. Thank you. A project that we did in our school for boundary areas. We are in Naples, a very neighborhood designed in the 30s, and right now it's an almost abandoned area. The idea was that of rethinking the north entrance to that site. And I want to show that what is my idea about the town. The town is made by several layers superimposed. And we need to read again all the traces left before us. This was a place that was a countryside until the 30s. Then after World War II, the town of Naples expanded, and the existing street, which is named Via Terracina, is now a sort of a suburban street without any qualities. But instead, this urban axis had several potentialities that could be really the spine on which to inscribe a series of small interventions that can transform that neighborhood, being like a human spine that held our bodies. This spine can hold the small intervention that they're supposed to connect the north side with the south side of the ferry. So the idea of this green linear park should be designed a series boulevard, like a boulevard for slow mobilities, main public and pedestrian mobilities. Design a series of events that are occurring along this street. There is a Roman, the Neapolis-Puteolis street that was connecting Neapolis to Puteolis. There is a mausoleum, there is a thermal bath, Roman thermal bath, but this site also this neighborhood needs of green spaces for the community, and also needs of facilities in which the community can recognize and meet themselves in there. So this it's a general view and bird-eye view of of a partial of this spine that should have some elements like the scope 1, the transforming of a former farm as a place for students. Nearby there is the Polytechnic School of Naples, so they need a place where dormers or cafeteria and study rooms. Instead, along the green spine, there should be rethought a series of musealization areas like the thermal bath or the mausoleum. Where now there is an abandoned area with some slums, with some construction, temporary constructions, we thought that this place should be important to design a core area, like a modern forest of the town, a forest that should be the pivot area on which to open a series of streets on the hillside where there were green vegetable gardens that are now abandoned. We call it urban orti urbani, urban vegetable gardens. In Italy, there are similar boundaries areas that are now giving back to the citizens small plot of green in order to where to cultivate themselves vegetables or just enjoy of being outside. This is the Via Terracina. Today, as you can see, it's out of quality, without quality street, but thanks to a green wall with opening that should connect the areas south with the north area, probably that place, thanks to the reduction to the cars settlement in opposition of the pedestrian, this could be a new place for the citizens. There are some views, you can see some view of the new park that we call Maradona Park because we are near this soccer stadium, the Maradona Stadium, because this neighborhood doesn't have public green space. Our towns in Italy doesn't have that much green spaces. So, and for the people that live in that area, it's an important issue. And this is the first ideas for the forums on the opening, on a former opening north entrance to the Mostra d'Oltre Mare, the exhibition of the overseas. There was an interesting project done by a Napoletans, one of the few female architects of that time. Her name was Stefania Filo-Speziale. And there was a very interesting site that was destroyed, not by the war, but by the human stupidities, Italian stupidities, you can say. So in our project, we decided to bring the memory of that entrance that was like an exedra, but using vegetables, greens, using trees, bringing back, like lining out the opening. In this forums, we thought some civic activities like a lapidarium, a library, or an auditorium, plus rooms for meeting people, for the meeting of the community. So we think that we try with this project, as I told you before, to with a simple green spine that should be the structure of new events, to not using megastructures, not using a great or destroying the pre-existing, like what the professor that before me had her speech about the importance of using what we got before in order to probably trying to give some meaning of the place where we live. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these comments that need to be taken into account by architects when designing projects and larger urban spaces. And thank you very much for this very interesting example of introducing greenery into urban spaces. So this concludes our first session, and now let me invite you for a lunch break, and we will meet again at 3:15. Thank you very much.
Zostawiam sobie torbę. A nie chcesz wyjść? Nie chcesz coś tam?
Państwo, powoli zaczynamy. W imieniu naszego zespołu prowadzącego drugą sesję podzieliliśmy sobie tutaj na roboczo rolę, kto kogo zapowiada. Spróbujemy się zmieścić w tych terminach podanych w harmonogramie. Może się uda.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll try to follow the schedule. Perhaps, hopefully, we'll be successful. So, since we're past our scheduled time, let us begin.
Pierwszy wykład z tej sesji
The
popołudniowej
first presentation in the afternoon session will be given by Katarzyna Słuchocka from Poznań.
Tytuł przedstawia już autor bezpośrednio.
I believe that the author should give the title of the presentation because it always sounds better and nicer. Ladies and gentlemen, we all very well fed. We had great lunch. So let me start by saying that I'm happy to be here and happy to present to you my paper. And every time when we are at the meeting, at the conference here, we're wondering about the concept, the theme of the next conference, and we're very much amazed by the invention of authors, creators, because these topics are interrelated and combine and connect authors, those who are more on the academic side and more on the practical side, and we are happy that we can provoke that debate. So from this point on, I would like to invite you to talk about, to discuss space in the city, in streets, and perception of architecture, depending on what we perceive. If my research oscillates between architecture and art, the image, which is the visual image, and reality are almost identical and evoke a deep reflection and consideration and perception, occurs on the sensual level. Our perception comes through our vision, but we have this perception of space, and multi-sensual recognition of space triggers multiple and various reactions. We receive images which are a form of communication, and we carry that communication, that message with us and within us, and we have our personal understanding, and we have a dialogue with these images and our experience. And then, as to the multi-sensuality, we have that multi-image concept. It is not a single slide or single frame. We have some connections, references, reactions, and only through the interpretation we perceive certain concepts which then we transform into experience. As it comes to the perception of urban tissue, in urban planning, we have streets, quarters, districts, main points, dominant, and targets, and therefore we have this combination, which is a composition of different elements, and that prompts us to grow and develop. It could block the development, but it also prompts us to add some new concepts here. Sometimes that could be a predefined property of space, and it causes certain valuation of the space and sets the space in a ranking of space. And then following what Michał Stangl said, there are much research that speak about the quality of urban space, the quality of living, and therefore we can state that the surrounding space affects our mental health and mental capacity. Positive impressions this is something that should be happening. Space should improve our mood and give us this positive attitude to reality. It is not enough to see architecture. One should experience architecture. One should understand and see how it's been designed and how it co-works with the general concepts. And Rasmussen said that, and he pointedly argues that architecture cannot be recognized without having a close contact with it, and the quality of space perception, it depends on the aura, on the weather, on our mood, or the architectural context, and how it comes together with the designation of that space. So perception or designation of the urban space as a complex sensual process combines a three-dimensional element into one being, creating that image which I discussed. Professor Zwick also spoke about it. He spoke about inertia. He spoke about digital aspects. So this is about the space and what we get. So there is this growing demand for the larger and heavier scale of feeling stimuli. Such stimuli may come in space like Times Square in New York. This space is full of movement and full of color, is absorbed with all these colors, and perhaps very often that colorful nature seems chaotic. Well, that space is so absorbed with that certain multitude of images that the chaos is perceived as good order. So we could debate about that. Every chaos has its origin or beginning and its definition and its concept. So let us go back to the street and to the space. So in following up on this growing escalation and perception of stimuli, as humans, we also expect that the emotions will be coming in waves and in levels. So that happens in young people, teenagers. They use very different technological equipment, and that nature of human space may contribute to introducing chaos into life of urban community. The speed of delivering information, the quality of information is very much intensified. So therefore, the images of commercials which surround us in that space of New York turn us into participants of that performance, of that spectacle. We have the impression that we participate in that virtual world, and one can stand and one can be just a participant of that performance. We're in that tactile and sound audio part of the space, and that is also felt through our digital tools. Here we have some examples from the city of Łódź that has been already discussed today. They date back to the time before digital images. So all the advertising had to be placed at the site level. That was the concept of putting up all the messages at the site level. It was their task to fulfill their commercial role, which was to attract buyers, which was to increase sales of commercial goods. The advertising that we discussed such as light or digital images, they actually add a new quality on the existing image of the urban space. Let me now go back to the function of a street.
Takie określenie użyte przez
So,
Norberga Schulza
high street,
przestaje być kameralnym środowiskiem dla pieszych,
street
staje się to być już
for
powiedzeniem,
parades
jest nieaktualny
is, well, that concept no longer holds, because nowadays space
Pojawia się
has
właśnie funkcja komunikacji cyfrowej. Klasycznie
been
postrzegana ulica
using a very
kojarząca się
different
z układem
and having a very
ulic
different
o
function.
odpowiednich proporcjach,
Normally
z
would have that
detalem, który może zaobserwować oko
image
przechodnia.
of a certain
Jest oczywiście
street
spotykany,
system with
ale
certain
nie na
details.
Times Square, czyli
And
na tym,
one
w tej
can
przestrzeni,
see
do
that
której,
somewhere perhaps, but not
sprzedawcy,
in
reklamodawcy,
Times Square.
wielkie branże
Times Square is the
dążą,
space
żeby takich przestrzeni najprawdopodobniej
where
było jak najwięcej.
all
W tym momencie
sellers
te
of
struktury,
commercial
które
space
były
or sellers
projektowane
of
pod człowieka,
advertising
dla
want to
człowieka,
be.
który miał się czuć w tej przestrzeni dobrze i
Space
komfortowo,
was supposed to be
tracą
designed for
troszeczkę na
humans,
znaczeniu.
so humans can feel at
Człowiek
ease,
wychodzi ze
where
swoimi
they
również
can feel
oczekiwaniami w tym
comfortable.
kontekście poza
So a
obszar takiej
human
klasycznie
being also
rozumianej
has some
ulicy
expectations that go beyond that
Na
expected
Times Square,
image of a high street.
Na potrzeby wzmacniania oddziaływania
At the Times
cyfrowego,
Square, in order to
nastąpiła
augment
reorganizacja
that
ruchu z
digital
placu,
impact,
który to jak ukształtowany
traffic
urbanistycznie, ta
has been
przestrzeń
rearranged.
Siódmej ulicy przekształciła
So
się
the
właśnie
space of the
w przestrzeń
7th
teatru
Avenue
żywego
was
spektaklu.
transformed
Tym bardziej
into that
agresywnie działającego
performance
w
or
nocy,
theatrical
gdzie te reklamy są
space.
niewidoczne.
During the day,
Dziennie
the
1,5 miliona
commercials
mniej więcej
are
wyświetleń
invisible.
reklamowych się odbywa na
So
Times
during
Square.
the day, it is about
Wielobarwność,
1.5
to jest właśnie wabik,
million
właściwie każdy
of
zwiedzający Nowy Jork chciałby
screening
zobaczyć
of
i jest to
commercials
zawsze
in the
na mapie
Times Square.
zwiedzania.
Everyone who
Budynki
comes to
reklamy, a
New
nawet
York
reklamy
would like to
obiekty,
see Times
bo tak
Square. So this
nazwałam
is
tą
how that works.
przestrzeń architektoniczną.
So we have this
One
architectural
w oddziaływaniu na
space,
odbiorcę
and
stanowią,
considering its impact on
jakby nośniki tych
the
reklam,
participants, on the
czyli
audience,
są
well, they carry
architektoniczno-urbanistyczny
the commercials.
pełni rolę właściwie
So the
konstrukcji
architecture
pod
urban
tę
context
scenografię teatralną,
is
czyli pod
just
tę
the supporting
scenografię
structure
reklam.
of that
Efekt
stage
kultury cyfrowej,
design for
marketingu,
advertising,
współgrający z
for
postępującą
billboards.
komercjalizacją przestrzeni,
So we have a
bezsprzecznie wpływa na
progressing
odbiór
commercialization of
Pomijając
space,
wiążący
which
dla wielu środowisk
affects
aspekt
our
ekonomiczny,
perception
należy
of
się skupić
space.
na charakterze
So
i
apart from
jakości
that commercial
samej przestrzeni,
aspects,
czyli ulicy,
one should focus
nie
on the
ulicy.
quality
Smukła
of
stylistyka
that
forma
space,
obiektów
which is
wynoszących się
street
ponad,
and which is not a
przeciętny
street at the
poziom
same
zdjęcia
time.
i ponad
So we
poziom
have
obserwacji
that concept
człowieka,
of a street
przyczynia się do przeniesienia
with
środka
buildings
ciężkości żywej
towering
wrażeń z
above it,
poziomu
and that
obserwatora
contributes
znacznie
to
w górę.
impressions
Wzrok podąża po
from the
szkale
level of an
elewacji,
observer
tak jak na prawym slajdzie,
upwards.
tutaj z prawej
And
strony.
here on the
Szukając tego
right
detalu,
slide,
który w
you
ulicy
can
Paradnej
see our
był ozdobą,
how we
troszkę
follow
czymś, co
the
było
towers with
zauważane i
our
co było właśnie
side.
wartością dodaną.
So that was the added value,
Podążając
this
ku górze,
extra
mamy mniej więcej tego typu obrazy przed oczyma.
architecture.
Obiekty
So
są
when
pozbawione
we
detali.
move our look upwards, well, these objects are deprived of details. Everything is aimed at going high. So the higher, the better. That's yet another race which may be closed with a viewing balcony. So the aesthetic interplay of glass and reflection of sky and clouds. This is a fascinating phenomenon and combination of these images, but it's an escape upwards. When having, when perceiving the space, one could also quote Jan Gell here. He said that low buildings along the street harmonize with the way people move and with the way people's senses function, as opposed to tall buildings which do not harmonize with these. This phenomenon has been used in marketing. So the pedestrian was relieved of the need to look upwards for tractions in these spaces.
Pociągnięto jakby
So the readable intensity set of stimuli must move to the level accessible to an eye, so that the human being no longer needed to look for attraction upwards. Advertising has been planned. So this aspect of buildings moving upwards at the divine scale and not material scale, that was all masked in that space, in that parade or high street. The marketing sector and sales sectors have been using the value of that advertising space with very defined colors. Architecture disappears. In Times Square, there is no architecture. There are just eyes, monitors. And then these fronts of clean and glass frontal facades, they do have an impact, and they work as corridors leading to that certain direction. So they compensate for insufficiency of rich, beautiful details and columns and supports, and elimination of a small dimensional detail. Leads to uniformity of structures, and there is this concept to fill the gap with the so-called space for advertising, and that adds to that perception vacuum or perception emptiness. And the fact of its reading, it depends on the distance, on the visibility. People from advertising and marketing industry know that advertising success is a balance between the location of the advertisement, the right place in the city space, the size of the advertising space, and the broadcast context. Joanna Pełek-Mikulska wrote about the advertising on the largest LED carrier on the Times Square when the New Year's Eve ball is lowered with the inscription on the next beginning of the year, but ball drop reaches up to 3 million a year. Note that owners of that high rise at the junction of Broadway and 7th Avenue earn $23 million a year. And this is from the billboards placed on it. That's a substantial amount, but inexpensive when compared to a 30-second Super Bowl spot, which costs up to $3.8 million for one quick show. So that chaos created a new quality, and it attracts tourists, and it is a general attraction of New York. Then human needs generate new forms of space which respond to challenges with varying degrees of success. How then, in the phenomenon of New York exemplary Times Square and designers define themselves? Where is the place for architects, urban planners and their projects whose studies, urban plans and creations of intricately composed spatial forms consequently become extras dressed in the eye-catching garment of well-known corporations, commercial and manufacturing organizations? One could agree with Winston Churchill, who said that we shape cities and they shape us. In the environment of new technologies and multi-level interprofessional cooperation, the use of digital tools to create reality communication using VR and AR effects, architects, urban planners, and many other professions draw on the achievements of modern science. Urban city is like a kaleidoscope. If not all the needs at present day can be seen, it is like a mirror. It reveals good decisions, but also reflects the effect of bad ones, giving a picture of the place and time in which we live. It can lead to the right solutions. It can also prompt suggestions and offer the right path. It gives the image of the space and time in which we are to live. Perhaps commercialization of space is a new phenomenon, a temporary element strongly acting in the space around us, and it perhaps would devalue in time, giving rise to the need for further changes. A durable, useful and beautiful architecture will in essence remain unchanged, able to meet them in an unpretentious and timeless manner. Perhaps being bored, tired and overstimulated, we will feel the need to clean up our image of reality. Perhaps these LED displays will disappear, and perhaps we will want to reject what is excessive and noisy, loud in its expression. Will we then see one Times Square in its original version shouting like in Christian Andersen's fairy tale, "The King is naked"? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to a very brief presentation, sound and image that is to present the quality of perception and the quality of vision. Well, that comes with a walk, a stroll across the city, augmented impact of one Times Square on a participant, on a pedestrian, and how that disturbs our existence.
Thank you very much for this highly emotional presentation. And let me share with you one thought. Following the first part, when we talked about space, about composing urban architecture, you touched upon yet another layer that accompanies architecture, that complements it, be it advertisement or other means of expression. So my reflection is the following, and without it we would be incomplete if the other elements related to the city and architecture were missing. So my reflection is the following. Maybe it seems too subjective, but it concerns Krakow. Many years ago, Przemek Schafer, who was born in Warsaw but was closely related to this city, suggested a small publishing series consisting of several volumes. It was entitled Erkada. And in Mogilano, we talked a lot about various topics, and he sort of forced me to write a short booklet on the fourth dimension of urban architecture. And when I read the topic of our conference, I immediately thought, well, it's my topic. But then I realized that many years ago, I wrote this short book. And you have not mentioned the dimension of time, but the dynamic of your video presentation also involves time that is present in every piece of architecture. Aleksandra Przestaszewska mentioned the creating the modernist city, tree-like city, and also used the term network. But Alexander exactly used the term half network, which involves some openness, some freedom. And all of us know one important sentence: the catalogue of shapes has no end. And the urban tissue also contains many undefined elements. And maybe that's the beauty of the city. And maybe it's just my view that we can't design everything completely. And it's to the benefit of the city, because cities live, as Alexander, one of the theoreticians of contemporary cities, said. He accepts this idea of a half network. I believe that's the difference between our dry design and sitting at a cafe in Paris looking at the crowds. There is one more beautiful sentence. When designing a city, you cannot cheat. And people who inhabit the city will always contradict a lie whenever it appears. Please excuse me for this digression, but it was inspired by what I have heard. Thank you very much. Dear guests, one of our guests who has been with us for many years is Professor Batteino. She's not with us today, but we have her presentation on architecture of public spaces for the regeneration of cities. So let us now just look at the video.
And thank you for your invitations. Architecture of public spaces for the regeneration of cities. It is difficult to sum up the public space in a single or even in a specific term. What is certain is that public space is the form that is most sensitive to changes, shift and transformation of society. In the highest sense, public space is that which best expresses in its form the extraordinary cultural and human health it contains. It is open to complexity and diversity. Architects, anthropologists, sociologists, philosophers have highlighted the dichotomies of the concept of public space and its importance in the construction of the city. We can define public spaces as the whole that constitute the negative of buildings, the scenario of civil life, whose main characteristic as its relational character is not privacy and its free use by several people for common purposes. Since ancient times, the square has been the public space par excellence. It is the heart of public, political, and social life. The system of public spaces, the Greek Agora, the Latin Forum, the Germanic Marktplatz, the Polish Rheineck, the French Place Royals, have represented the vital and monumental places of the city, the places where it was possible to meet, discuss, or simply linger. Like cities, public spaces have changed over time, reflecting the structure of each era. In the contemporary city, urban voices have multiplied and now include sidewalks, car parks, widenings, and other voices. Today, open spaces are defined by opposite. They are the places of value where the community identifies itself, and the non-places where these values are absent. In their different characteristics and dimension, urban voice does not decrease uniformly from the town center to the periphery, but permeate the entire territory. Recent decades have seen changes in social, aesthetic, and collective practices. New semantics have sought to understand urban voice. Public space have been reformulated in terms and conceptions. Today, we live in a society in which digital forums often replace the traditional public space understood as a meeting place. This has robbed the city of its public dimension. In architecture, boundaries and enclosure distinguish public from private space, voice from building, in the visionary hope that boundaries and margins are capable of orienting us, establish sequences, geometries, perspective, dimension that allows to inhabit our city and landscapes in a new balance with nature. In today's city, most of the time, public spacing is often no longer recognizable in itself. The public spaces of the city are no longer spaces for living. They are spaces for commerce or leisure, spaces whose dimensional relationship of specificity we can hardly perceive as genius loci. This loss of identity corresponds to the loss of the collective character of public space. Most of the spaces that we pass through on a daily basis are not really public. They belong exclusively to someone. They are not collective spaces available to all. Individualism and privatization have eroded the public sphere in all fields. The idea of city and the community, the role of public space in the urban fabric, and also the element of figurative and spatial definition that help to guarantee recognition and social cohesion. The identity of the city are in danger of being lost. At the time when contemporary society seemed to be withdrawing from public life, health and environmental emergencies have highlighted the contradiction of this privatization, renewing the perception of the importance of the characteristic and quality of open space. During the pandemic, the denial of the public dimension of the city and the seclusion in our homes made us long from what we did not have, the space of community. Never before had we so intensely appreciated the car-free and therefore useless streets, observed the beauty of the desert squares, and perceived the health benefit of nature, walking in parks or green spaces. We observed in a new way not only traditional public spaces, but also residual, degraded, incompleted, and marginal spaces. We have come to see emptiness as surprising emptiness and urban void as a place to take care of. We have recognized the value of emptiness and the value of threshold between the inside and outside as the most important public good. We therefore hope that this new sensibility will reposition the necessary relationship between architecture and the city as an essential strategy for the quality of the project and public spaces. To rethink public space is to work to think about voice and solid, to shape them in such a way that they are able to resist change, to improve the quality of life of people, animals, and plants. There is no other meaning to building architecture, which is such when it defines its element and figure in relation to the city, ensuring the society and well-being of its inhabitants. The relation between architecture and the city, which has characterized a whole season of Italian architecture, is still a necessary practice for identity and quality transformation. We move on this basis, recycle the system. In the modern city, the traditional relationship between built and empty space came to an end, resulting in the dissolution of public spaces. In Casabella, Vittorio Gregotti discusses the issues of spaces in modern city as a problem, highlighting the challenges of defining and interpreting public and open spaces and insisting on the importance of designing residual spaces. What tool can the project use to rethink fragments as a system and make them intelligible? Rereading the resilient and profound archaeology of Aldo Rossi's urban fragments, Rem Koolhaas' Jan Space, Danau and Brauman Cradle to Cradle of Recycle, we find the illumination for a refondation of thinking, and knowing how to look at things with an argumentation that recognizes the apparently random interaction between the elements of the project, with different implications of each scale, capable of giving a new meaning to different materials, of recognizing even distant effect. The first objective is to subtract the design of open space from the fragmentation. This means looking at observing the existing spaces from different perspectives, as a palimpsest to be overwritten, in order to interpret the different traces as a system of identity. Point, line, and surface as a taxonomy of the project is the tool that we prefer to identify the nature of the different elements, to name the figures and traces, to identify new connection between spaces, memories, and flows, to reconnect the fragments in order to give shape and identity to open spaces and consequently to the city. This methodology is based on the idea of architecture as an art of building and transforming urban places. The project as a recomposition of fragmented residual realities, the attention to the void to be reinterpreted with the specific qualities of space. Invention requires separation and disjunction, which is made possible by the void, an element of a composition and an instrument for architecture. The landscape scale experience of void as significant distance, movement, and subjective perception, reinforced by the picturesque lessons, can be seen as a scenic device that can create multiple and multi-scale spatial relationships. The project on voice and for voice is the red thread that binds together my personal research on the construction composition of the urban landscape. Voice necessary for the imagination and the intelligibility of forms, voice that unite, distinguish, and relate the different fragments of reality. The focus of this research is on the points of the conflict between places, the desire to create meaning, connection, and figure for contemporary space that seems to have unexpressed potential. Considering the voice as full in order to imagine space's quality is the basic compositional procedure. both for the reading of the consistencies of the science present and for rendering sequences and intervals, and external and internal, and for transforming contexts that have lost their quality or have never had it into mechanism of habitable spaces through design techniques. This teaching also confirmed my preference for the project of subtraction, for subtraction rather than addition, as a poetic method capable of defining the figure of a project as well as the phrases of a thought. Subtraction is a fundamental compositional tool that allows us to distinguish a unit, to create a tension between different elements of the same space, as well as between places in a city. The fragment can become potential evolutionary value by introducing new perspective through design, an active project in space and time, relational balances, and use link to the contextuality of reality. This means introducing a concept of freedom of spaces as opposed to the practice of control and domination of space. Spontaneous use, which is generally perceived as negative, has not yet found its legitimation because it bases its principle of virtuosity on the capacity and interface of social realities. Inverting this disciplinary thinking, the poetics of the fragment recognize the operation of disjunction, adaptation, and subtraction in order to guarantee a new life cycle to the existing. A minimal overwriting of the existing is able to highlight the expressive relevance of reality. The subjective project aims to activate a relationship between imperfect and disconnected element. It is a work on measurement and intervals, on the weight of voice in the reciprocal and multi-scale relationship with the set of anthropic and natural fragments of the city. The project on voice establishes an alliance between memory and oblivion, abscesses and mutations. The availability of large empty residual spaces does not mean a transformation into an imaginative multiplicity of functions. It seems useful to base the transformation of empty space on the implicit multiplicity of adaptation, favoring tools capable of reconnecting the usability of fragments. The design of a public space requires a new measure of time, is need that is an acceleration of the project. In other words, it is necessary to identify some operation that make the space immediately accessible, regulating a measure of time that derives from the recognition of high social flights of spontaneous use. The appropriation of residual spaces by citizens and spontaneous occupation are valuable signals for valorization. In conclusion, public space as a strategies and a system, as a series of points, lines, and areas accessible to all, is a fundamental element in achieving the regeneration object of the city and the community. The urban voice must be conceived as a recognizable place that participate in the construction of a new quality of urban space, constantly expressive in the complex and articulated whole of its different parts. The design of new public spaces passes through the definition of architectural figures, structures, systems, and programs. A monument is not enough to build a square or animate a new urban spaces. We need to think about an experience. Public spaces are necessary for us to access our private enclosure, to reinforce the free social interaction with which we identify urban life, and to respond to new challenges of climate change, risk, safety, and health of citizens. In contemporary city, neither urban nor rural, design must be based on relationships rather than objects. It must also take into account the development of mobility spaces according to activity and flows, because traveling is much more than just going from one place to another. Fluidity, hybridity, and depth of meaning should be the salient characteristic to look for in the architecture of public space. In our research and experimentation, the theme of open public space has always emerged as a topic of discussion and investigation, and has also become a key element in our design work. Rethinking voids as palimpsest seems to be a fundamental tool for reconnecting existing fragments, for imaging spatial and multiple density. Working with subtraction design can allow for an immediate reappropriation of space that does not hinder long-term regeneration. To strengthen the character of place, it is useful to imagine elements, geometries, and figures in continuity and dissonance with their context, studying architectural device that allows the open extension of space. It is necessary to strengthen the natural architectural continuity and the perception of the landscape, giving space to the open and free extension, views and perspective where artifice and nature overlap. Working with the landline to imagine topography of variable configuration, leaving room from the unpredictable and learning from spontaneous uses. We believe that a few simple and clear gestures can highlight the quality of places and establish relationship with them. Laconicity is a way of thinking and acting. It is difficult to name and operate within this poetic, both in the construction of the architectural project and in the transmission of a thought. Thank you very much for your attention, and goodbye.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we need to thank Professor Bataino for the video she has sent us and for the many different thoughts she shared with us in her presentation, because she touched upon the very important aspects of social dimension, geometrical dimension, but for me the most worrying themes concerned the loss of the spirit of public space. Nevertheless, we may hope that as long as we want to meet in the public space, such public spaces will continue to exist. Okay, and now over to Professor Martinelli. This presentation is going to be very international in nature because the professor has Italian surname but works at a British university. Is going to talk about German and French topics.
Thank you first of all for the invitation. I'm very happy to be back in Krakow after a number of years because of my change of my institution, life, pandemic, whatever happened in these 7 years I'm missing. And again, thank you for having me. One of the most fertile aspects in the investigation of the relationship between architecture and the city is how tradition and innovation influence the urban context in their intertwining, overlapping, and even in their opposition. The city, in fact, is a repository of science and materials that endure and upon which the intervention of the new is grafted in a succession of human actions and traces that mold the urban environment in layers and juxtapositions. In particular, the question of dualing offers an opportunity to examine how this theme has been interpreted in the attempt to construct the human environment in the necessary creative continuity to respond to the demands of life and the aesthetic needs of humans as they vary and persist over time. In the context of a reflection on the architecture and the city, and considering the dualing as the primal constituent element of this relationship, we can recognize certain forms of dualing that can be found consistently in European cities: the linear block and the courtyard building types. The direct relationship of the linear block building with the street and the other public spaces, such as the square, the park, the garden, is one of the most peculiar aspects that construct the residence and at the same time structure the city. We could recognize the origin of this configuration in the linear portico structure of the Greek city Stoa and Roman city Forum, where the repeated and serial element of the colonnade precisely configures a public and semi-private space at the same time, both open and protected. This kind of relationship is evident in the development of the traditional urban fabric of the European city. Similarly, the memory of traditional spatial configurations can be found in the architecture of courtyard building types. As an illustrative example, Palladio's palaces in Vicenza, with their open-air atriums, can be interpreted as a monumental reinterpretation of the Roman courtyard house. But not only. Giorgio Grassi and Aldo Rossi, for instance, have emphasized how the model for this urban building type can be found in rural houses and collective structures, such as convents, schools, hospitals, whether located in urban or rural areas. With the crisis of the 19th century city, the building types and urban configuration of the traditional city needed to be challenged. The critique of the corridor street was the key aspect in Le Corbusier's idea of renovation of city planning. The Swiss master in the 1920s noted how the city has become a congestion of buildings that grow greater, interlaced by narrow streets full of noise, petrol fumes and dust, a picture of the seventh circle of Dante's Inferno. This is, of course, Le Corbusier's words, in which the fabric of the traditional city, though fascinating in its picturesque aspect, was where, quote, tuberculosis, demoralization, misery, and shame are doing the devil's work among them. The street, according to the narrative of Le Corbusier and the other modern movement thinkers, was no longer the harmonious construction of public space and architecture based on human scale and perception, but a dangerous and unhealthy place, poorly lit, noisy, defined by insalubrious traditional residential blocks. In this context, the masters of modern movement turned towards a series of responses to the problem of housing and city construction, which, despite the apparent rupture, we can actually see as an interesting reference to tradition. In the 1920s, German architects and planners developed the settlement typologies of the Siedlungen, the use of geometrical grids and patterns, the orientation following the heliothermic axis, and the renewed relationship with nature, private and collective gardens, parks, almost represent a recovery of the historical principle underlying the origins of town planning and the design of cities. The linear block, a recurrent residential building type in its different variations, would be recognized by the modern movement designers as a natural and virtuous evolution of the urban blocks of the historic city, as May and Pagano argued. All of this is evident in the Italian context in the 1938 project for Milano Verde, Green Milan, proposed by Franco Albini, Ignazio Gardella, Giuseppe Pagano and others. The project for the area Sampione Fiera in Milan applies to the existing fabric a rigid Cartesian grid that has been defined as abstract for its unconditional and pure geometry, but as noted by Raffaella Neri, it is abstract, quote, in the sense of general, of universal, abstract and geometric, because it's demonstrative, because its geometric order contains and displays an idea of architecture, an idea of a city, end of quote. And after all, it has the same virtuous abstraction represented by the long thread that connects the Hippodamus grid of the Greek city and the Roman Centuriazio that designed the Italian landscape to the Renaissance ideal city, up to the urbanization of the American continent. The courtyard type, transfiguration of the courtyard house or the cloister, and the linear block type, reinvention of the portico, the forum and the stoa, show the continuity of memory, history, and tradition in the architectural and urban devices that allow the construction of the city. My paper, included in the book, focuses in two emblematic precedents of this reflection, both designed in the mid-1920s, represent the trajectory between tradition and invention in the architecture of dueling at the urban scale and at the architectural scale. Le Corbusier project for the Immobile Villa, the monumental courtyard building that represents his tendency of embodying in his work traditional types and architectural elements, the modernist reinvention of the urban fabric as a composition of linear blocks in Marstam's Heller of Siedlung in Frankfurt. But today, I will discuss only the theme of the linear residential block and its reinventions between Germany and Italy in the 30s, 50s, and 70s. The Heller of Siedlung was designed by Marstam in the context of the Das Neue Frankfurt program directed by Ernst May. The project was presented in 1929 at the CIAM in Frankfurt, titled Housing for the Existence Minimum, and later published in the issue number 4 or 5 of 1930, year 1930 of the journal Das Neue Frankfurt, which was entirely dedicated to 5 years of planning and developments in the German city. The layout of the project is related to the final phase of the evolution of the urban block in the European city, as described by Ernst May in the famous diagram depicting the transformation of the traditional compact block into a system of enclosed courtyard buildings and then into a system of parallel linear buildings that construct a more open new city, which Marstam evoked in 1923. Quote, medieval cities were enclosed by walls, so their main characteristic became self-containment and compactness. Modern cities, on the other hand, open up towards the outside. End of quote. The Heller of Siedlung belongs to the third type expressed in May's diagram that corresponds to a system composed of linear residential blocks with open spaces in between, arranged in a north-south orientation. The majority of Frankfurt Siedlungen were built according to this organization, including Romerstadt, Braunheim, and Ritterwald. This new relationship with the street, the dismantling of compact front of the street corridor, the study of residential types, and the rediscovery relationship with the natural elements, green spaces, which become common assets and tools for city design, as well as orientation relative to the allothermic axis, are the cornerstones of the modern movement of search for an alternative to the traditional city. The intervention includes 800 apartments distributed across a series of linear buildings of varying heights, some of which exceed 160 meters in length. There are two-story buildings oriented east-west, served by a balcony, 4 three-story buildings, and 1 four-story building oriented north-south. The buildings are spaced approximately 25 meters apart. The apartments have different typological layouts, all on a single floor, with a minimum area of 36 square meters. They are characterized by loggias and terraces that enrich the internal space of the kitchen and living room, while also contributing to the design of the long facade. The bathroom and kitchen are designed with minimal dimensions to prioritize the living rooms and bedrooms, which are designed with equipped walls that contain niches, shelves, wardrobes, allowing for a greater availability of useful surface area for living in the house. Care and attention was given to the articulation of the facades, elaborately designed in relationship to their facing onto the street, as a place of interaction between the collective building and the public space for city relations. The south front of the complex is defined by low-rise, two-story balcony buildings inserted into the high-rise blocks perpendicular to the street and characterized by rhythmic alternation of solids and voids created by the deep recesses of the loggia. The ground floor of this section is set back slightly and dedicated to commercial activities. The north facades feature a system of columns that support the upper floors, defined by the transparent and aerial appearance of the loggias. Some low enclosed buildings intersect with the facade, parallel to the street, set back and detached from the vertical supporting elements. This arrangement, repeated for each linear block, evokes somehow a sort of portico streetscape along the main northern street of the settlement. Moving from modern movement to more recent times, when the architectural theories and projects tended to question and challenge the modernist dogmas represented by the previous case study, we can recognize some of these themes and architectural types in projects carried out by Italian architects for the realization of residential fragments of urban context. In Aldo Rossi Galaratese project, the architectural archetype, the portico, the typical Milanese corridor hallway, the square window, a reaction to the ribbon window, and the pitched roof, opposed to the modernist flat roof, and the modernist linear block type, the Siedlung, the Unité d'Habitation, are infused with the workings, assemblage, compositions of familiar and recognizable figures and elements. Here, invention becomes etymologically an opportunity to find and rediscover, to create within the architectural context designed by Carlo Armonino, the variety and complexity that represents a fundamental characteristic of the traditional city. Before Rossi, another Milanese architect well represents the continuity between the lesson of the ancient masters and the reinvention of modernity in order to build the architecture in the city. Ignazio Gardella, as already pointed out, was one of the architects that in the late 1930s designed the Milano Verde proposal for Milan, a project that can be read as an expression of the modern movement, urban planning, that has its roots in the history of Greek and Roman cities. The project was also developed at the architectural scale, not in detail, but with a clear idea on how the building should have been designed in terms of massing, volumes, and facade solution. One of these is a linear residential block with a glass curtain wall protected by a 3-story height portico with columns and balconies overlooking a green area. I see this schematic project as a sort of diagrammatic version and a fragment of a Greek stoa or of a Roman forum. As we know, the Milano Verde plan was not developed or even realized, but this fragment took shape in the late 40s in Milan in front of Parco Sempione, when Ignazio Gardella designed and built the Tognella house, also called the house in the park. The main protagonist of the building is its facade, designed as a monumental frame of columns and slabs, as a vertical composition of hanging porticos, which recalls the giant order of classical architecture in a sort of reinterpretation of Palladio's Palazzo Chiericati in Vicenza, whose origins are clearly related to the Greek and Roman archetypes. In fact, as Raphael Moneo points out, Gardella's contribution to architecture is to, quote, insert on the structure of modern architecture the principles and criteria established in Renaissance and effective for centuries, end of quote, in a perfect balance of tradition and invention, of memory and innovation, with the purpose of celebrating the traces of stratification of history in the city. The building has 5 floors with 1 big apartment each. The plan is divided into 3 rectangular spaces running parallel to the street, as in Palazzo Chiericati. The one that contains the bedrooms and the services as a conventional layout of closed rooms and equipped hallway, with an exterior envelope made of solid opaque walls cut by vertical openings. The central part contains the staircase, elevators, and hallways. The part facing the park is an open space where the dining room, living room, and studio flow one into the other, open to a balcony that runs across the whole facade. The contrast with the opaque volume behind it is evident, and being slightly shorter, it appears to be a detached and independent component of the building. Behind the frame of columns, Gardella designs the envelope that enclosed the interior as a broken line made of thin, solid panels, but mostly of big floor-to-ceiling windows, as an asymmetrical free form flowing behind and between the pillars. This is one of the transgressions typical of Gardella's architecture, as Argan calls them, the capacity to take composition beyond the expected and the predictable as a pure act of imagination and invention. Yet, Argan notes, this is not a simplified personal gesture, abstract from reality, but a reaction to light and atmosphere and the actual life inside the building. From the inside, the vertical composition of the pillars frames the view towards the park, which is a consistent presence in the interior, enclosed by the transparent thin wall of windows. This flowing envelope, which sometimes incorporates the pillars into the interior, seems to extend and contract under the vital pushes of the interior and as a reaction to the outside. As in Palazzo Chiericati, in the Toniella house, the play of light and shadow contributes to the perception of the thickness of the facade from the outside and clearly shows the tension between the classical rigidity of the pillars and the gracious and sculptural arrangement of the thin wall behind them. Since in front of the building there is an open space and a huge park, this chiaroscuro play helps to give visual strength to the building, also when seen from the distance. This is the result of the fertile and balanced tension between memory and invention, and a tribute to how architecture and the city were built in ancient times. Thank you.
Dziękuję panu profesorowi. No i może podzielę się z państwem bardzo krótką refleksją, bo za chwilę, bo już jesteśmy w niedoczasie i czeka na nas kawa. Dwelling in the city, mieszkać w mieście. To niby oczywiste, bo większość z nas mieszka w mieście, ale w czasie tego referatu zdałem sobie sprawę, że jeżeli identyfikujemy miasto, to przez jego przestrzenie publiczne, nie przez osiedla,
or cities through its public spaces, not through urban dwelling areas and sites, but through public areas, because we live in our apartments and we rarely identify cities through some industrial spaces. So here, Professor, in his brilliant paper, presented how the manner of living that has changed or tremendously, I would say, that it impacted the morphology of a city. It's incredible. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, so now we're up to a coffee break. So it's 16:40. So let's meet in 10 minutes back.
Państwa, witamy na
Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to the second part of our afternoon session. The first speaker is Professor Olivia Longo from the University of Brescia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the organizers and to Professor Tomasz Kodowski for inviting me to this important, very interesting meeting. The ways of thinking art in Thomas Saraceno develop exchanges in several areas of knowledge with unexpectedly fruitful results, allowing a broad reflection on art and research. His transdisciplinary artistic projects seek solutions for a more sustainable planet, combining art, natural and social science, inviting us to change our point of view on reality and to connect with natural elements such as dust, spiders or plants that become protagonists of his installation. According to Saraceno, space is a sort of negotiation between people, something to share, invented and reinvented continuously by the way in which people relate and interact with each other. In June 2021, Thomas Saraceno's working installation in orbit was reopened. Located approximately 25 meters above the K21 square of the Kunstsammlung in Düsseldorf, it is made up of walkable steel networks that extend over 3 levels under the museum's enormous glass dome. The installation looks like a surreal landscape, a sea of clouds or space with its whiteless planets. This way of conceiving space offers a profound reflection that can also involve the field of architecture, because its installations take on meaning only when they are inhabited by people and are not understandable without the presence of the human being. Sustainability runs through all areas of human life, and it is the individual awareness which everyone must acquire by combining the parts with the whole. That is the part that each of us represents in the interest of a collective and in the respect of the universal values of all species and of the planet itself. The project Taking Care, Designing for the Common Good, exhibited in the Padiglione Italia at 2017 Biennale Architettura, spoke about urban and social issues still relevant, where architecture was proposed at the service of a community for taking care of individuals and places. The project aims to create a virtuous process that, through participatory, disrupts the status quo and transforms marginal landscapes into places of socialization, exchange and sharing. It focused on the public space through ways that aim to incorporate differences, unifying social and spatial diversity, which must be understood as a value. Basing on the global goals for sustainable development signed by 193 world leaders in 2015, the exhibition selected 20 projects that were organized according to 10 fields of study: legality, health, living, culture, play, environment, education, science, nutrition, and work. The environmental and climate crisis now pervade all disciplinary fields, requiring us to continuously observe the relationship between people, architecture, and site. The progressive expansion of the metropolis and the consumption of land have led to an alarming increase of waste, bringing the need to identify effective solutions for the action of discarding which can be divided into waste destined for abandonment and waste aimed at reuse. Circular economy manufacturing has built on Governor's Island, an island near Manhattan, a small factory that uses solar energy to convert plastic waste into household items and city infrastructure. To use the factory, citizens must bring in used, clean plastic and put it into a shredder. The shredded plastic is then fed into a machine that feeds it into a rotational molding machine. So far, the Governor's Island factory has produced lamps and planters that have been resold to the public to fund future initiatives. Many technologies are being developed to 3D print our homes, but unlike BioHome 3D, most are printed using concrete, while the entire BioHome 3D was printed using biomaterials 100% recyclable. The materials used for this BioHome 3D are derived mostly from the waste of wood processing facilities. Therefore, they are not just sustainable, they are also quite cheap. The technology used to print the main prototype house could help alleviate the long-standing shortage of affordable housing in the United States. Researchers estimate that in Maine only, selling and processing facilities produce enough wood waste to make about 100,000 BioHome 3D every year. Dutch architecture firm GAA recently finalized a residential building in the Bosrijk Forest Park in Eindhoven, the Netherlands. The building features a distinctive facade wrapped in 3 trunks used instead of columns, called forest bath. The architecture is inspired by the Japanese practice of Sharnik-yokuku, or forest bathing, which is a therapeutic act centered on staying in nature. GAA's goal for the building structure was to embody the principles of a circular economy. According to the study, in fact, at least 85% of the weight of the applied materials is circular, that is recyclable or suitable for direct reuse. This means that the structure is also demontable and at the end of its life, including the cladding and concrete elements of the superstructure. In 2017, the Italian Ministries of the Environment and Economy published a document on the circular economy for Italy, underlying that the technological and environment innovations, eco-design, environment certifications, analysis of environment performance of products, traceability along the life cycle must therefore be developed together with organizational, social, and cultural innovations, shared social responsibility of companies, protection of work and rights, in order to guarantee on the one hand the competitiveness of companies on national and international markets. On the other hand, reducing environmental impacts and promoting social cohesion by allowing accessibility to quality goods and services for all, guaranteeing adequate levels of general well-being, no longer based on and measured on the quality of goods owned and consumed. In 2022, we have 241 Italian excellence detected in the research field, and the macro sector in building and this infrastructure has reached the level 2,2. On the use of waste in architecture, the research, the Coltivare la Città firm is exemplary and constitutes one of the many virtuous cases of recycling materials coming from the agriculture production cycle. It created the rice house, construction method using waste from rice production in Italy, where approximately 230,000 hectares are cultivated with rice, producing 57 million bales of straw. Rice also has calculated that 2 balls of straw are needed to build 1 square meters of wall. So, based on the annual production of architectural waste described above, we can get 11,500,000 square meters in total, at a very low cost, because they are generated from waste that farmers must dispose on. The high energy performance of straw allows the building made with this material to be classified as a passive building. The World Cities 2016 report by An Habitat showed that there are new forms of collaboration, cooperation, planning, governance, finance, and learning that can sustain positive change. The report demonstrated that the current urbanization model is unsustainable in many respects. It expressed a clear message that the pattern of urbanization needs to change to better respond to the challenges of our time, to address issues such as inequality, climate change, informality, and insecurity, and the unsustainable forms of urban expansion. World Sites Report 2022, Envisaging the Future of Cities, seeks to provide greater clarity and insights into the future of cities, based on existing trends, challenges, and opportunities, as well as disruptive conditions, including the valuable lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic, and suggest ways that cities can be better prepared to address a wide range of shocks and transition to sustainable urban features. The Ecopolis Plaza project created for the municipality of Rivas Vacia, Madrid, contains in the program an energy-efficient kindergarten, a place for children, and a new public space, and it is conceived as a source of learning for citizens, educating on energy saving and optimization of natural resources. The solution combined passive energy saving systems together with active systems, and the wastewater from the building is naturally purified by a macrophyte lagoon incorporated in the public space. Architecture here is a pretext for reconciling design with the needs of the community, embracing the complexity of the production process of an architectural work with these purposes. The project has received several awards, including the best practice from the Habitat. Another example is Eco Boulevard in Vallecas, created in Madrid by Ecosistema Urbano. It constitutes a successful example of an architectural system with a technical function capable of responding to the needs of a community. It is an ecological boulevard for a social and bioclimatically conditioned public space. Co-funded by the European Union, the Eco Boulevard can be defined as an urban recycling operation, consisting of the following action: insertion of an air-tree social dynamizer of an existing urbanization area, densification of existing trees, and reduction with asymmetric arrangement of wheeled traffic circulation. The story of the Kamikatsu Zero Waste Center concerns a community process towards efficient and sustainable waste management. A few years ago, the village of Kamikatsu in southern Japan had to implement a very complex waste management system due to the fact that its incinerator produced too much dioxin. The local community now separates its waste into 45 categories, with a recycling rate of over 80%. The new center was built primarily to help achieve 100% recycled waste. The new architecture also aims to represent this collective effort and communicate it to the public. For this purpose, it also includes a large public hall, a shop selling recycled items, and an activity space and an hotel. Forming an unaware society can stem the production of waste and at the same time activate regeneration and reuse policies. If we start from the assumption that the recovery and the reuse in the city can contemplate different scales of action, from materials to buildings to entire neighborhoods, we hope that recycling centers can be the physical spaces where this regeneration process takes place. Rather than physically representing the city's waste, these centers can be rehabilitated on an urban level by conceiving places of contact within them, with permeable walls between the reuse activities and the community. They could therefore also contain spaces for learning about the recycling process, places for dialogue and information recycling, educational workshops on saving for creative reuse, etc. I conclude this presentation remembering that we will mostly leave rubbish for posterity. A strong message came from the German artist A. Schultz, who created and placed trash people in various cities around the world. The installation recalls the terracotta army present in the mausoleum of Xi'an in China, but instead of a ceramic, the 1,000 sculptures that make up the majestic installation were created with the old cans, plastic and bottles, detergent containers, rusty cans, etc. The installation offers the possibility of relancing a severe and important warning through art. Trash people is a cheerful and at the same time disturbing presence because it reminds us that the most magic of the place of the planet have all been reached by human pollution. In the idea of a circular society promoted by European Union based on reuse and recycling, some verbs such as select, disassemble, exchange, deposit, convert, transform, etc. will become increasingly familiar. It is if it's true that industrial products are banks of resources, as Thomas Rowe states, and that the accumulation of waste and post-consumer goods should be considered the precious deposit of goods, we can consider waste among the main resources of the city of the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much for your reference, particularly to the works shown on Biennale di Architettura. As we all know, it was the laboratory of the future. So particularly quoting the methods, the ways to develop public spaces in a more energy efficient way was in fact a very good contribution. So we found here a lot of ideas and concepts for further harmonious growth of the city. Thank you very much.
Nasz częsty prelegent niestety nie dotarł.
Unfortunately, our frequent speaker could not make it to Krakow. Well, Catania is not very near Krakow, but fortunately we have a film from Professor Messina.
The theme of my speech is the architecture of sprawl city. I would start from the consideration that the urban population has been growing to the point of overtaking rural population in 2009. As a result of these trends, a progressive phenomenon of territorial dispersion has distorted the reciprocity between city and countryside that has always characterized the Italian territory. The Italian School of Urban Studies is based on this cultural tradition, a singular synthesis between theory and practice, expressed by the concepts of operating history and territorial environment theorized by Saverio Muratori. Since the 1960s, the lesson of Saverio Muratori will constitute a fundamental reference for Italian urban studies that will have such an influence on international architectural culture, starting with the publication in 1966 of Aldo Rossi's L'Architettura della città. In the context of researches of Italian scholars, it's possible to identify different sensitivities. If, for example, Rossi's analysis focuses on the symbolic value of the architecture of the consolidated city and on the permanent characteristics of urban evolution, Carlo Aimonino's reflection tends to interpret the relationship between typology and morphology as a procedural phenomenon, instrumental to the construction of the contemporary city. The city by parts, formally completed, can only be realized if, by re-examining the relationship emergencies fabric, the concept of typology is in crisis and the entire urban dimension is entrusted to architecture. So the question posed by Muratori and Aimonino, the alternation between city and countryside and the central role of architecture in the construction of the city by parts, could constitute for us a disciplinary legacy with respect to the increasingly pervasive phenomena of entropy of the settlement system of our time, whose complexity is signaled by neologisms that have become now common sense: no places, junk spaces, bigness, third landscape. Starting from these considerations, I would like to show two of my design experiences for Milan. The first is a project for the regeneration of the Scalo Farini as part of a national research project coordinated by Gino Malacarne. The second is the outcome of the Expo after Expo consultation the Politechniki of Milan launched in 2016 among the Italian architectural schools in order to imagine a future for the Expo 2015 area after the conclusion of the Universal Exposition. The project starts from the master plan of Antonio Monestiroli, which identifies the elements of the new settlement system and relations with the consolidated city, the square, the Rambla as the main distribution axis, the green as a general connection system, the residential blocks. Starting from these elements, the project reflects on the character of the central and continuous void that organizes the linear layout of the residences. Located at a lower level than street, the green band extends to the edge of housing buildings. Modeling the ground, a different perceptive condition is introduced, configuring an isolated place from the vehicular travel system. A change in elevation splits the natural dimension from the built one, referring to two famous examples, Central Park in New York and the depressed system of the Leisure Valley and the Green Corridors in Chandigarh. The other fundamental units that define the project are the towers and blocks of residences, solid edges of the open space which organize the settlement alternating bands of public greenery and commercial street. The sequence residence, green, residence, street, reiterated several times, is underlined by the rhythm and plastic articulation of the blocks, whose casing is characterized by the system of loggias overlooking the greenery. The residences are structured as a linear building with 5 floors above the ground with mixed functions and typology. The first level is intended for commercial activities, and the residential floors are organized around the loggia, which becomes, on the top floor, an open courtyard. Commercial activities and the car parks are designed to be in the basement and underground floors. This project introduced a territorial scale. The site is a flat area. There is a substantial infrastructure, high-speed train tracks, the subway, the highways, the airports of Linate and Malpensa. The project is a new piece of the city that includes various construction phases. The area is closed by motorway and railway tracks, and the territory presents clear phenomena of urban dispersion. 5 large blocks with mixed connected functions: residence, areas for universities, areas for startup, areas for production. The ground floor is intended for trade spaces. The project starts from the idea of a turret citadel and intends to give shape to the character of introversion, proposing a saving of the land consumption. An annular service road makes the internal area totally pedestrian. The exterior is defined by a compact green border with underground parking lots that makes it easy to access to large pedestrian interior space with courtyards that provide natural lighting and ventilation. A built volume with a maximum height of 4 levels constitutes a passive accumulation curtain with south-facing green roof with urban garden. 7 towers dot the compact base, and a single material, the brick, returns the image of a contemporary fortified city, landmark and symbol of the new Milan, and a metaphor of a future of solid and productive cooperation.
Teraz jest. Przepraszam za tą przerwę. Problemy techniczne. Dziękujemy bardzo za
We had some technical issues. Thank you very much for this beautiful presentation. We were commenting upon the various trends concerning the development of these areas in Milan. We have also noticed the trend to buy high-rise buildings, residential buildings. Recently, I've read a publication on high-rise buildings. It turns out that the percentage of high-rise buildings is growing. Office spaces are decreasing, but the number of hotels and flats located in high-rise buildings is growing. So Milan is ahead. So thank you very much. And now let me invite Professor Ewa Cisek from the University in Science of Technology in Wrocław. Is Professor Cisek with us? Oh, Professor Cisek is online as well. Okay, so we hope to meet you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite you to my presentation. Biodiversity in cities as the synergy of architecture and nature.
Miasta stały się obecnie domem dla połowy ludzkiej populacji.
So the cities have become home to half of the human population. By 2050, 2/3 of people will live in urban conurbations. If we compare these data with progressive climate change, global warming, increasing water deficit and the disappearance of species biodiversity, it becomes clear that the built environment constitutes an area of the greatest importance in the process of achieving the climate neutrality of our planet. Buildings are responsible for as much as 30% of emissions of carbon dioxide. To change this, we need to develop appropriate design strategies to remodel urban structures so as to ensure an increase in the porosity of the urban tissue. This is connected with ensuring the largest biologically active area, the protection of biodiversity, and ensuring the retention of rainwater, its collection and treatment. So eco-education should play a key role, which is directly related to the need to implement wild ecosystems and create ecological education parks. These practices aim at achieving the new model of a city where buildings as a part of the new ecosystem create the new image of the city. One of the forms of art integrated with biology is the use of trees to shape the form of the city itself, because life consumes as much energy as possible, creating natural phenomena. So one of the great examples are the project by Stefano Belli that were created in Milan, in Belgium, and in the Netherlands, for instance. Northern Woods in Utrecht is still underway and is to be launched in 2024. These are not only artistic forms that reflect the vegetative cycle of trees. It is also a design strategy that aims at increasing the percentage of biological tissue in urban tissue, thus decreasing temperature. Trees typically produce 41 tons of oxygen per year and absorb fine dust. They also allow us to increase biodiversity and promote ecological education. The Bosco Verticale, that consists of 2 high-rise buildings, is a pilot project that provided an impulse for the development of other projects of this type, not only in Europe but also elsewhere. This ecostructure consists of about 900 trees and 15,000 shrubs. They produce as much oxygen as 1 hectare of forest.
Nowe Południe w Antwerpii to z kolei kompleks
Palazzo Verde in Antwerp is a complex of 66 apartments whose integral part are roof gardens that provide common space for residents as well as green individual private terraces adjacent to residential
Na ten
units.
lokalny, zorganizowany na dachu ekosystem
This ecosystem consists of 88 trees, 1,000 shrubs and 1,200 plants. According to the author, in every place where vertical forest is created, climatic conditions are first checked, and on this basis the species of plants are selected. The concept of the selection must also be maintained in the future, which means that the owners of apartments cannot interfere into designed plant compositions and remove them. At the end, the building is designed, and apart from apartments, 30% are apartments dedicated to social housing. Among Polish examples, we may note the green roof of the Warsaw University Library by Irena Bajerska. This building is one of the best examples of combining the architecture with the local ecosystem, which divides the impressive area of 0.5 hectares into 4 colored compositions. So these examples can be called the green acupuncture of a city. They augur changes introducing nature into developed areas. The colors are similar to nature, and they are unique, which gives them a chance to become attractive landmarks in cities. The new ecosystem that was created by buildings that have lost their previous function but preserve the symbolic function for the city. Revitalizations of former post-industrial areas in connection with a pro-climate policy aimed at recreating old ecosystems and incorporating them into the urban tissue is a trend which is being dynamically developed by many European countries, including Norway. In 2019, Oslo was named the Green Capital of Europe. Well, the percentage of green areas is at 47%. By 2030, the city plans to plant 100,000 new trees. The rivers have contributed to the development of cities, focusing trade and commerce. In Norway, such a river was Akseva, referred to as the mother of Norwegian industry. So one of the most important projects is the reconstruction and transformation of this river that used to be contaminated by sewage and now is a home to colorful flora and fauna. There is an ecological park, 8 kilometers long, surrounded by parks and forests, ensuring biodiversity as well as a number of historic monuments from the Norwegian Industrial Revolution. They are developments from the 19th century that are powered by hydroelectricity. Now they are converted to residential, educational buildings or museums. Even these imperfect buildings, these impressive factories, can be classified as architecture for itself. These buildings have not lost their symbolic impressiveness and significance for the city. They are erected next to waterfalls, just as castles that remain in stark contrast with residential areas. The importance of factories for the cities remains important until this day, especially given the fact that they have been converted and now perform important social functions. One of the most interesting ones concerns Vulcan, which is an old steel plant of 1908, which was adopted in 2010 into Madhallen, which is like a food court and a dance hall. And in 2011, a new hotels were added and a new building that is a residential building hosting artists. Now, one of the other buildings has been also converted into a dormitory for students.
50 mostów łączy dawne
There are
fabryki
50
na lewym brzegu rzeki, założenia
bridges that combine the both banks of the river. The old 19th century residential areas for former workers are being revitalized and now are used as social housing. The allotments are still used as the oldest urban gardens. The maintenance of these vegetable gardens is a part of the climate policy of the city that aims at extending the biologically active surface. The environment that follows the landscape in the context of local ecosystem. Well, it turns out that this context is important to support biodiversity. The preferred forms of spatial organizations include residential architecture integrated with education parks. These new urban ecosystems constitute closed local systems created on the basis of existing forests and park greenery concentrated around watercourses and water reservoirs. The environmental context seems to be crucial for organizing such ecostructures, whereas the architectural context is not necessary. This design is a part of deep ecology trend established in the second half of the 20th century in Norway. It is a long-term approach that focuses on increasing biodiversity and educating the residents. The fundamental assumptions of this deep ecology includes friluftsliv, so the joy of identification with wildlife, going out to nature that ensures necessary balance and empathy. And in the urban context, this role is performed by new city ecosystems that performs other functions, including residential houses for seniors, educational functions, including forests, kindergartens and schools, as well as services, small gastronomy, focus on local products and community spaces. The purpose of designing these urban ecostructures is to rebuild local ecosystems and to provide residents with knowledge on educational processes and ecological processes, and to reduce the temperature and improve the quality of air. One great example of such actions are the projects from Belgium. Hoboken in Antwerp and the two residential complexes, Groenzoid being one of them, are the examples of restoring wild ecosystem along Schelde and its synergy with residential architecture. Polderstadt was created on the basis of a system ended with small squares, so a layout typical of garden cities. As a result, greenery and residential construction interpenetrate each other, and there is the connectivity between the both. The retention reservoir that is at the very center is connected to a lake in the ecological park. So it performs pro-social function and provides also services for citizens. The development along the street consists of single and multi-family buildings with a large percentage dedicated to social housing where rents
Drugi
are
zespół
low.
mieszkaniowy
The second complex is Horizont, which is combined with an educational park. It is connected to that park by an underground tunnel. The green spaces provide recreational possibilities and slowly are transformed into a forest. So the residential construction is quite diverse and it is quite typical of this region of Flanders. Apart from luxury apartments, we have social housing that account for 25% of all units in this complex. All of the area is biologically active with different degree of accessibility. We have green roofs as well as systems to retain and collect rainwater. And the final example from Norway of 2008, which is the Park of Ecological Education combined with residential, educational and service functions. And the point was to recreate this system following the closure of an airport that was decommissioned in 1989. So the biodiversity was restored, a new system of rainwater retention was implemented, and the tectonics of the park was remodeled by recycling the humus and the land from the previous airport. The local ecosystem was recreated on the area of 130 hectares, and it has this shape of a starfish, as you can see, with 7 arms. The remaining 200 hectares, located between the arms of this starfish, were allocated to service and educational as well as residential functions, including a house for seniors, a school, and residential complexes. These residential complexes were designed in a way to ensure the penetration of greenery within the complex. They have either group or linear layout with internal courts. Their development is quite low and is well harmonized with single-family construction in the area. So to conclude, let me quote the authors of this concept. The idea must remind us of fragility of human life and life in general that needs a lot of effort to recover. And to sum up, the implementation of biologically active surfaces, such as wild ecosystems on green roofs, terraces, or park and forest areas that provide also educational functions, contribute to increasing the biological porosity of our urban systems. A building as an integral part of this ecosystem builds cities and allows to diminish the effect of the heat island and improving the quality of air. Architecture that was built for itself in the past obtains new value. The buildings that have lost its meaning gain new functions, so the infrastructure, the degraded environment help to co-create new urban ecosystems, educating the youngest citizens, teaching them empathy and creating conditions for participation, for instance, common gardening. The environmental context seems to be of key importance for the organization of such ecostructure, but the architectural context is not equally important. Biodiversity goes hand in hand with a number of architectural forms. These trends are part of this larger tendency that originates in Norway. It's aimed at combating the climate crisis. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dziękujemy pani profesor.
Thank you very much, Professor Cisek. That was a very optimistic presentation because we had a chance to see a mini paradise, I would even say, in which we may integrate with nature, architecture, humans, plants, animals. And importantly, this is becoming reality. Decades ago, it was just a manifesto, a weird idea. But now we are getting used to that. I remember that we would criticize green roofs. Some people said, well, wait a moment, for thousands of years, we wanted to bring the water as soon as possible to the ground in order to protect the house. And now we are going to plant something, we are going to retain water. Well, it turns out that thanks to new ideas, innovation, new technologies, everything is possible. So the future is green. Let me now open our discussion, and first let me hand over the mic to Professor Kuczyński.
I just have this information. So we have Professor Kozłowski's approval for the debate at dinner. So we're closing this session, and let us debate and discuss concepts when dining together tonight at the restaurant. Ladies and gentlemen, so I'll see you at this debate part very soon. Thank you.